नमस्ते।
Namaste, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. सभी लोग यहाँ पर ज्वाइन हो चुके हैं.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I request everyone to kindly mute their microphone to avoid any disturbance, please. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Vimla Prajapati, Assistant Professor of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to today's webinar on human rights and gender justice in the 21st century. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed speakers, participants, and all attendants who have joined us your valuable time to be part of today's event. And I am sure the session will be informative, engaging, and enriching for each one of us. I would like to invite Ankita ma'am, Mahatma Gandhi College of Law Assistant Professor, to join us and introduce the topic.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone who present here. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this international conference jointly organized by Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Social Science and Management Welfare Association. In recent months, our research center has received numerous queries regarding both human rights and gender justice. As the head of this division, I have observed that conversations on gender justice must include every gender, woman, man, and all gender and identities. Man to face social, psychological, legal, and cultural challenges that often go unaddressed. True gender justice can only be achieved when every individual, irrespective of gender, feels protected, understood, and empowered. Recognize this need, we felt it was essential to organize a platform where global experts, scholars, and practitioners can come together to discuss these issues comprehensively. Through this conference, we aim to explore how human rights and gender justice intersect, how they affect individuals worldwide, and how we can collectively move towards a more equitable future. We hope that today's discussion will inspire new ideas, encourage inclusive perspectives, and strengthen our shared commitment to dignity, fairness, and equality for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ankita ma'am. Let's extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Shiv Pratap Singh Raghav, Principal of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Conference President. His words of wisdom will inspire us as he delivers the welcome address illuminating path to gender equity and human dignity. Please, sir.
धन्यवाद विमला मैडम। मैं डॉक्टर शिव प्रताप सिंह राघव, प्रिंसिपल महात्मा गांधी कॉलेज ऑफ लॉ एंड रिसर्च सेंटर ग्वालियर, आप सभी पार्टिसिपेंट का इस ज्वलंत टॉपिक, जो बर्निंग टॉपिक है, इसमें मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। टॉपिक लिया गया है सब्जेक्ट ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड जेंडर जस्टिस इन 21st सेंचुरी। तो मैं इस विषय पर केवल इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि परिवर्तन प्रकृति का चिरंतन नियम है और भारत हमेशा से जो इनका संविधान है हमारा, और इसके अतिरिक्त डेवलपिंग सोशल के साथ में जैसी सामाजिक आवश्यकताएं रही हैं उसमें हमेशा से ही उनने परिवर्तन का नियम बनाया हुआ है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार भी परिवर्तन करते रहते हैं। परंतु जैसा कि इसमें दिया है, ये बहुत ही एक गंभीर और चिंता का विषय है कि हम 21st सेंचुरी में एंटर कर रहे हैं और आज भी हमें जेंडर जस्टिस के बारे में बात करनी पड़ रही है। मेरा आप सभी लोगों से एक विशेष आग्रह है, जितने भी लॉ फील्ड के हैं, अन्य फील्ड्स के जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, कि वो एक आज का जो सेमिनार है, इसमें जो मैं मेरी व्यक्तिगत और सामाजिक एक इच्छा भी है लोगों की कि एक नया आयाम दें इसके माध्यम से, क्योंकि 21st सेंचुरी में भी हमें इस तरीके के विषय पे किस तरीके के डिस्कशन की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी। इसके अतिरिक्त एक जो परसेप्शन सेट है पूरी सोसाइटी में और आम जनमानस में कि जेंडर का जो एक सीधा सीधा अर्थ लगाया जाता है वो केवल फीमेल और माइनॉरिटी या अदर जो वीकर सेक्शन है उसके अंतर्गत जो जेंडर मोस्टली फीमेल के बारे में, लेकिन जो एक स्थिति बनती चली जा रही है कि इतने सारे लीगल प्रावधान होने के बावजूद भी, विधिक प्रावधान है, भारतीय संविधान की प्रस्तावना में पहले ही बता दिया गया है, उसके बाद ही पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड इतने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रहे हैं, फीमेल के साथ में इनजस्टिस हो ही रहा है। और इसी का परिणाम है कि हमें आज पुनः सबको इकट्ठा होना पड़ा है वर्ल्ड वाइड कि हम जेंडर जस्टिस के बारे में बात करें, ह्यूमन राइट के रेस्पेक्ट में, और वो भी जब ऐसी स्थिति में जबकि महिलाएं अंतरिक्ष में प्रवेश कर चुकी हैं और हर क्षेत्र में, चाहे वो फाइटर हो या कोई राष्ट्र का नेतृत्व कर रही हो, वो सभी क्षेत्रों में बराबरी के साथ चल रही हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं हमें इस चीज की आवश्यकता पड़ी है। और इसके साथ ही मैं आप सभी लोगों से एक विशेष आग्रह करूंगा कि जेंडर को अब आज के बाद में इस तरीके का कोई आप प्रस्ताव या कोई रिजोल्यूशन लाएं, सजेशंस दें कि केवल जेंडर इनजस्टिस को महिलाओं या फीमेल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में ही ना नापा जाए, बल्कि जितना जहां भी जिस जेंडर के साथ सोसाइटी में जहां भी इनजस्टिस हो रहा हो सबको न्याय मिल सके और कानून में नवीन परिवर्तन कैसे हो, इस तरीके का एक नया प्रस्ताव आप देंगे तो इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का आभारी रहूंगा। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा समझाया है इस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड। थैंक यू सो मच सर। हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर राजकुमार आचार्य जी आने वाले थे, बट कुछ टेक्निकल फॉल्ट के कारण वो नहीं आ सकते, तो हमें we are thrilled to present Dr. Niti Pandey, principals of Madhav Law College, Gwalior, as our special guest today. Her pioneering work in law will shine through in her upcoming address. Let's give her a rousing welcome. Please, Dr. Niti Pandey, ma'am.
थैंक यू बिमला मैम, अच्छे से परिचय कराने के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ परम आदरणीय यशपाल सर का, जिन्होंने आज मुझे ये अवसर दिया। मैं आभारी हूँ राघव सर की, जिन्होंने इतने ही ज्वलंत मुद्दे पर बात रखने के लिए मुझे आज के आयोजन में अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया। मैं स्टार्ट करना चाहूंगी, राघव भैया ने जहाँ पर बात और चिंता को छोड़ा है वहीं से मैं इस विषय को प्रारंभ करूंगी। हमारे यहाँ पे दो टर्म है, एक है सेक्स जो कि बायोलॉजिकल टर्म है जिसमें हम मेल और फीमेल की बात करते हैं, एक टर्म है जेंडर, ये सोसाइटियल बनाया गया शब्द है, इसको समाज की देन हम कह सकते हैं, जहाँ पे जेंडर के आधार पर ये तय किया गया है कि जेंडर वाइज हमको क्या करना चाहिए और क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, हमारे डूज क्या होने चाहिए और हमारे डोंट्स क्या होने चाहिए। जैसे अगर एक महिला है तो उसे कैसे कपड़े पहनने चाहिए, उसको किस तरह का व्यवहार करना चाहिए, उसको किस तरह की जॉब करनी चाहिए, उसको किस एज में शादी करनी चाहिए, उसके ऊपर किस तरह का आचरण और व्यवहार शोभनीय है, किस तरह का व्यवहार अशोभनीय है। ऐसे ही अगर मेल है तो उनका ड्रेसिंग सेंस क्या होना चाहिए, उनको कौन से काम करने चाहिए, किस तरीके से उनको व्यवहार करना चाहिए और किस तरीके से उनको व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अभी अगर हम जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात करें तो जेंडर इक्वालिटी कहता है कि राइट्स और अपॉर्चुनिटीज दोनों को ही इस बात का ध्यान किए बिना कि उनका जेंडर क्या है समान रूप से मिलनी ही चाहिए। जैसा कि राघव भैया ने भी अभी बात रखी कि ज्यादातर लोग जो हैं वो ये मानते हैं कि जब भी वर्ड जेंडर इक्वालिटी आता है, आधे से ज्यादा बल्कि मैं बोलूंगी मोर देन 90% लोग जो हैं वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ फीमेल के बारे में बात करना स्टार्ट करते हैं, जबकि जेंडर इक्वालिटी दोनों को लेकर बात करता है, जिसमें ना सिर्फ महिलाओं को बल्कि पुरुषों के साथ भी समान अधिकार होने चाहिए और उनको समान अवसर मिलने ही चाहिए। यहाँ पे जेंडर इक्वालिटी का मीनिंग ना तो सिर्फ महिला से है और ना ही पुरुष से है, बल्कि जेंडर को बीच में लाए बिना दोनों को ही, और अब मैं बोलूंगी इवन ट्रांसजेंडर को भी, क्योंकि भारतीय न्याय संहिता में जेंडर में अब ट्रांसजेंडर को भी शामिल किया गया है, तो सभी को उनके जेंडर को बीच में लाए बिना, चाहे वो राइट्स की बात हो, चाहे वो उनके व्यवहार की बात हो, चाहे उनको अवसर की बात हो, समान रूप से समान अवसर मिलने ही चाहिए। हम बात करते हैं कि समाज की अगर व्यवहारिक रूप देखें तो आज समाज ने ये कह रखा है कि अगर आप लड़कियां हैं तो आपको धीरे बोलना चाहिए, अगर कोई पुरुष धीरे बोलता है तो उसको कहा जाता है कि क्यों लड़कियों की तरह बोल रहे हो, अगर रोना है तो सिर्फ लड़कियां ही रोती हैं, ऐसा समाज की एक मानसिकता है। जब कोई पुरुष अपने इमोशंस को निकालने के लिए रो रहे होते हैं तो उनको कहा जाता है क्या लड़कियों की तरह रो रहे हो। तो ये जो भेदभाव है वो सिर्फ जॉब पर या एजुकेशन फील्ड में ही नहीं है, वो हमारे घर से प्रारंभ होता है। और मैं ये कह सकती हूँ कि चाहे वो स्त्री हो चाहे पुरुष हो, उसके जन्म से प्रारंभ होता है और उसकी मृत्यु तक ये सारे भेदभाव चलते रहते हैं। सबसे पहले अगर हम बात करें कि although we have lots of laws and legislation, still women remain unsafe. सब यही बात करते हैं कि still women remain unsafe. क्या सिर्फ इस समाज में महिला ही असुरक्षित है? क्या सिर्फ महिला ही हैं जिनके साथ में असमानता का व्यवहार किया जा रहा है? अगर प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो को देखा जाए तो आज जितनी सुरक्षा की आवश्यकता महिलाओं को है उतनी ही सुरक्षा की आवश्यकता पुरुषों को भी है, क्योंकि महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए जितने भी कानून बनाए गए वो सब कहीं ना कहीं आज उनका एक व्यापक स्तर पर दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। तो हम सिर्फ जेंडर इक्वालिटी के लिए महिला को ही वीकर सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी माने और हम पुरुषों को पूरी तरीके से इग्नोर करें और उसके बाद हम ये बोले कि जेंडर इक्वालिटी जो है वो महिलाओं को इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं देती है, इक्वल राइट नहीं देती है, इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि इनइक्वालिटी है, जबकि बात दोनों ही जेंडर्स की होनी चाहिए। अगर हम स्टार्टिंग से बात करें तो जहाँ पे बात करते हैं हम शिक्षा की, तो मानती हूँ कि कुछ क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं वो महिलाओं को उतनी प्राप्त नहीं है। आज भी इवन इन 21st सेंचुरी भी जब हम बात करते हैं तो आज भी बहुत रेयर से रेयर फैमिलीज हैं जहां महिला को अपनी मर्जी से विषय चुनने का, अपनी मर्जी के संस्थान में एडमिशन लेने का, अपनी मर्जी की कंट्री में जाकर पढ़ाई करने का और वहां से अपने आप को क्वालिफाइड बनाकर उसको अपनी मर्जी का रोजगार चुनने का अवसर प्राप्त है। हालांकि समय बदल रहा है और कहते हैं कि समय काल और परिस्थिति के अनुसार परिस्थितियां भी और हमारी सोच भी परिवर्तित होती ही है। तो इस बदलते हुए समय के साथ निश्चित रूप से काफी बदलाव आया है। बहुत सारी एजुकेटेड फैमिलीज आज ऐसी हैं जो अपने बच्चियों को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हैं, पर क्या हर परिवार में बच्चियों को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है? जहां बात आती है वर्थ की, तो आज भी बहुत सारे परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनको अपने घर में बेटे का ही कामना होता है। आज भी जब कोई लड़की शादी होकर घर में आती है अपने ससुराल में, और जब वो अपने बड़ों को ग्रीट करती है, अपने बड़े लोगों के पैर छूती है, तो आज भी जो आशीर्वाद दिया जाता है वो दिया जाता है दूधो नहाओ पूतो फलो। मीन्स आज भी आशीर्वाद इस बात का दिया जाता है कि पूतो फलो। क्यों इस आशीर्वाद को ऐसा नहीं कहा जाता कि पुत्रियां फलो? और आज भी अगर किसी के एक लड़की है तो फिर भी व्यक्ति हैप्पी है, पर अगर एक के बाद जब दूसरी लड़की होती है तो उस घर में भी लड़की के होने की इतनी खुशी नहीं मनाते। ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि भले ही संविधान में हमें समानता का दर्जा दिया गया है, पर आज भी सोसाइटी का जो नैरेटिव है वो हमें समानता की दृष्टि से नहीं देखता। आज भी कहीं ना कहीं दोनों ही जेंडर्स के बीच में भेदभाव किया जाता है। जन्म की बात हो या शिक्षा की बात हो या एक बेहतर स्वास्थ्य की बात हो, आज भी बहुत सारे घर ऐसे हैं जहाँ पे लड़कियों को उतनी हेल्थ के कॉन्शियस होकर नहीं देखा जाता। उनको ये नहीं बताया जाता कि आपको शादी करनी है, शादी के बाद आपको जननी बनना है, आपको एक बच्चे को जन्म देना है, तो आप अपने स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखो और आप उस तरीके से अपना भोजन करो कि आप एक अपने स्वास्थ्य को भी हेल्दी रख सके, साथ साथ आपकी जो संतान हो वो भी हेल्दी रहे। इसके साथ में अगर हम बात करते हैं रोजगार के अवसरों की, तो चूंकि बहुत सारे लोगों पे मैंने रिसर्च की है, आज बहुत सारी फैमिलीज हैं जहाँ पे दोनों ही हस्बैंड वाइफ जॉब करते हैं, पर बहुत सारे परिवार आज भी ऐसे हैं कि यदि उनका लड़का किसी अच्छे पोजीशन पर है और वो कॉम्पिटेंट है, तो लड़की को ये कहा जाता है कि आपको जॉब करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आप घर संभालिए। तो जब बात ये आती है कि घर संभालिए, तो यहाँ पे प्रश्न उठता है कि क्या उस लड़की की पूरी शिक्षा जो उसने इतनी मेहनत से की, उसका कोई एक्जिस्टेंस नहीं है, उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, और जस्ट बिकॉज उसको एक अच्छा योग्य वर मिल रहा है, तो क्या उसको अपने रोजगार की जो ख्वाब उसने बचपन से लेके बड़े होने तक देखे, वो एक ही झटके में उसके सपने टूट जाने चाहिए? तो ये जो असमानता है निश्चित रूप से कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं के प्रति ज्यादा व्यवहारिक तौर पे नजर आते हैं। इसके बाद आज भी कितने घर हैं जहाँ पे लड़कियों को डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर है। हाँ, जब हम बात करते हैं डिसीजन की, तो कौन सा सब्जी बननी है, कौन सी साड़ी खरीदनी है, घर में किस तरह की क्रॉकरी आनी है, किस तरह के कप सेट आने हैं, ये सब चुनने का अधिकार हमारा समाज महिलाओं को देता है। पर क्या हमारा समाज महिलाओं को उसको कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी खरीदनी है, उसको किस तरीके से अपने लड़के की या लड़की की विवाह तय करना है, क्या ये अपॉर्चुनिटी महिला को दी जाती है? तो आज भी कहीं ना कहीं समाज में ये मानसिकता है कि जो महिला है उसमें निर्णय लेने की क्षमता पुरुष के तुलना में उतनी सक्षम नहीं है, और उसके जो डिसीजन होते हैं उसको कहीं ना कहीं डाउट किया जाता है। इसलिए जो घर के बहुत छोटे छोटे से मामले होते हैं उनमें तो उसको आगे कर दिया जाता है नारी सशक्तिकरण और इक्वालिटी के नाम पे, पर जब बात आती है बैंक में खाता खोलने की, अपने सैलरी को किसी और के ऊपर बिना ससुराल वालों की मर्जी के खर्च करने की, या संपत्ति का क्रय करने की, या अपने बच्चों के विवाह को परिणय बंधन को तय करने की, तो फिर वहां पे बात आ जाती है कि नहीं, आप अकेले ये नहीं कर सकते, घर के जो पुरुष वर्ग है आपको उनकी सलाह की आवश्यकता है। तो जहाँ पे डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर, आज हम कहते हैं कि नाउ वी आर लिविंग इन 21st सेंचुरी वेयर ऑल मैन एंड वीमेन आर इक्वल, एंड ऑल्सो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हैज गिवन अस right to equality, but in my view all the constitutional and legal rights either not implemented well, or they were only implemented theoretically, practically they were never ever implemented। तो यहाँ पे जब हम और आगे की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे समाज ने एक इस तरीके का माहौल बना रखा है कि जब लड़की पैदा होती है तब से ही शायद उसको ये सुनाया जाता है, या आसपास के एनवायरनमेंट में वो ये फील करती है कि लड़कियां बायोलॉजिकली कमजोर है, और उनको अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए किसी ना किसी पे निर्भर रहना पड़ता है। शायद इसीलिए हर बार ये कहानी सुनाई जाती है कि पहले के जमाने में तो भगवान कृष्ण आ गए थे आपकी रक्षा करने के लिए, आज आपकी रक्षा कौन करेगा। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब हम इसी माइंडसेट के साथ अपनी लड़कियों को बड़ा करते हैं तो उनके मन मस्तिष्क पे ये अमिट छाप स्थापित हो जाती है कि वो शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर है और हमेशा उनको अपनी रक्षा के लिए, अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए किसी ना किसी पुरुष की आवश्यकता है। जब हम देखते हैं कि कोई लड़की छोटी होती है तो पिता उसकी सुरक्षा का कवच होता है, जब वो बड़ी होती है तो भाई उसकी सुरक्षा का कवच होता है, जब वो शादी हो जाती है तो पति उसकी सुरक्षा का कवच होता है, जब वो बूढ़ी हो जाती है तो बेटा उसकी सुरक्षा का कवच होता है। हम क्यों महिला को ये बताते हैं कि आप समाज में असुरक्षित हो और आपकी सुरक्षा करने के लिए यहाँ पे पुरुष है? हम क्यों नहीं महिलाओं को एक सुरक्षित समाज बनाकर देते हैं जहाँ पे महिला चाहे अपने परिवार के अंदर हो, चाहे समाज के अंदर हो, चाहे विद्यालय में हो, चाहे वर्क प्लेस में हो, उसके लिए हम सब मिलकर एक सुरक्षित और सेफ एनवायरनमेंट क्यों नहीं बनाते? तो क्या सिर्फ सारे संस्कार या सारी शालीनता का पाठ या सारी सहनशीलता का पाठ हमें सिर्फ लड़कियों को ही सिखाना चाहिए? क्यों नहीं हम अपने लड़कों को सिखाते कि आपको भी संस्कार होने चाहिए, आप में भी मोरल वैल्यूज होनी चाहिए। आपकी अपनी बहन जिस तरह आदरणीय है उसी तरह समाज की हर लड़की आपके लिए आदरणीय है। क्यों आज भी सड़कों पर लोग महिलाओं को एक अवसर समझते हैं, जिम्मेदारी नहीं समझते और उसकी सुरक्षा की ओर ध्यान नहीं देते। अब बात करते हैं अगर हम कि अगर कोई भी पुरुष है, अगर पुरुष धीरे बोलता है तो ज्यादातर उसको समाज ताने देता है कि क्या लड़कियों की तरह बात कर रहे हो, ऐसे धीरे धीरे तो लड़कियां बोलते हैं। अगर कोई पुरुष रोता है तो कहते हैं क्यों लड़कियों की तरह रो रहे हो। अगर कोई पुरुष परिवार में अपनी पत्नी का हाथ बटाता है गृह कार्य में तो कहते हैं महिलाओं वाले कार्य कर रहे हो। तो ये कैसा दोहरा माइंडसेट है समाज का कि आज ये तो लड़कियों को कहा जा रहा है हर तरीके से, चाहे वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन हो, वर्क प्लेस हो, कि आज जो समय है वो महंगाई का समय है, आज का समय जो है वो सामंजस्य का समय है। आज स्त्री और पुरुष जो है वो एक सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। आर्थिक भार जो है वो दोनों को मिलकर बांटना चाहिए। तो आज लड़की को तो ये सिखाया जा रहा है कि भाई अभी सिर्फ पुरुष की कमाई से घर नहीं चलता, आप भी जो कमा रहे हो वो आपको घर में लगाना है। पर वहां पुरुष को ये क्यों नहीं सिखाया जाता कि एक लड़की जो घर कार्य भी कर रही है, अपने वर्क प्लेस पर जाकर आर्थिक रूप से आपको मजबूती भी प्रदान कर रही है, पर घर आकर काम करना उसकी ही जिम्मेदारी है, बच्चों का पालन पोषण उसकी ही जिम्मेदारी है, रिश्तेदारी निभाना उसकी ही जिम्मेदारी है, बच्चों को संस्कारों से पल्लवित और पोषित करना भी उसी की जिम्मेदारी है। तब पुरुषों से ये क्यों नहीं कहा जाता कि जिस तरह से वो आर्थिक भार में आपको समानता से सहयोगी बन रही है, गृह कार्य में भी आप उसका सहयोग कीजिए। इसीलिए शायद कहा जाता है कि महिला काम से काम पर जाती है और काम से काम पर ही वापस आती है। तो यहाँ पे क्या थोड़ा सा सामंजस्य बिठाकर हम अपने माइंडसेट को बदलकर एक महिला को भी वही सम्मान और वही समानता नहीं प्रदान कर सकते? और यहाँ पे बात हम बाहर की किसी महिला की नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम अपने परिवार की महिला की बात कर रहे हैं। जो महिला हमारे लिए सुबह उठती है, अपने पूरी दिनचर्या हमारे अनुरूप ढालती है, तो सिर्फ फर्क किस चीज का है? फर्क है मानसिकता का। ये सब तो फिर भी बहुत प्रचलन की बातें हैं। आप देखिए कलर को भी जेंडर बाइस बना दिया गया है। आज अगर पिंक कलर है तो वो लड़कियों का है, अगर ब्लू कलर है तो वो पुरुषों का है। कहाँ लिखा है, किसने लिखा है कि पिंक कलर जो है वो लड़कियों का है, ब्लू कलर जो है वो लड़कों का है? और कहाँ सिखाई जाती है ऐसी बातें? मैं अगर अपने खुद के भी बच्चे की बात करूं तो मेरा बच्चा भी 7th क्लास में पढ़ता है और मैंने कभी उससे घर में ये ये नहीं कहा कि बेटा पिंक कलर लड़कियों का होता है, पर मुझे आज भी याद है कि जब मैं फर्स्ट टाइम उसके लिए पिंक कलर की टी शर्ट लेकर आई थी जो बहुत सुंदर थी, जब मैंने उसको दिया तो वो बोला मम्मा टी शर्ट सुंदर बहुत है पर ये पिंक कलर तो लड़कियों का होता है। तो जब अगर हमारे घर में इस तरह की कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई तो इसका मतलब है कि वो स्कूल में सीख रहा है या वो ग्राउंड पर ये सब सीख रहा है। तो कलरों को भी बांट दिया गया है कि पिंक है तो लड़कियों का है, ब्लू है तो लड़कों का है। ये कलरों की क्या गलती है इसमें? हर एक कलर खूबसूरत होता है। जहां हम बात करते हैं दूसरी चीजों की तो हमेशा ये इंडिकेशन आता है कि जो पुरुष है वो बलशाली है, जो महिलाएं हैं वो कमजोर है। और इसका रिफ्लेक्शन जो है वो सामाजिक चीजों में भी हमें देखने को मिलता है। जब हम सुनते हैं छुरी तो हमारे माइंड में जो इमेज आती है वो एक छोटे से चाकू की आती है। जब हम सुनते हैं छुरा तो हमारे माइंड में जो इमेज आती है वो एक बड़े धारदार हथियार की आती है। ऐसे ही जब हम सुनते हैं बक्सिया तो हमें छोटी सी एक बक्सिया नजर आती है। जब हम सुनते हैं बक्सा तो एक बड़ा सा बक्सा बॉक्स नजर आता है। तो ये जो आम जीवन की हथौड़ा हथौड़ी ऐसे कई एग्जाम्पल आपको देखने के लिए मिलेंगे जिसमें जेंडर से रिलेटेड, जहाँ पे हम जेंडर के अकॉर्डिंग देखें तो जो फीमेल वर्जन वाला वस्तु है वो कमजोर दिखाई गई है और जो पुरुष मेल वाली जो वस्तु है उसको हाई स्टैंडर्ड और हाई लेवल और बलशाली दिखाया गया है। यहाँ पे अब अगर हम बात करें कि जो भी हमारे समाज में ये जो असमानता है, क्या इस असमानता को दूर करना जो है वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ सरकारों का काम है? इन द वेरी एंशिएंट टाइम women are facing so many kind of torture. They have been beaten, they have been tortured, even they are struggling for their very basic rights in the life, in their own four wall of house. तो अगर महिला अपने घर में भी सुरक्षित नहीं है तो वो कैसे समाज में सुरक्षित होगी? और आज ये जो सुरक्षा है क्या सिर्फ महिलाओं के लिए है? अगर महिलाओं के लिए है तो वी हैव लॉट्स ऑफ लॉज एंड लेजिस्लेशन, बट क्या सिर्फ महिलाओं को सुरक्षा की जरूरत है? क्या असमानता से सिर्फ महिलाएं पीड़ित हैं? तो हमें अपना माइंडसेट इस दिशा में भी बदलने की आवश्यकता है। असमानता में दोनों जेंडर के साथ असमानता हो रही है। एक पुरुष को जब वो अपने इमोशंस निकालना चाहता है तो जरूरी नहीं कि हर एक पुरुष गाली देकर ही अपने इमोशंस निकाले। बहुत से पुरुष अपने भावनाओं को रोकर भी व्यक्त करते हैं, तो क्यों उनको कहा जाता है कि क्या लड़कियों की तरह रो रहा है? बहुत सारे जो बच्चे हैं वो धीरे, पोलाइटनेस और हम्बलनेस के साथ बात करते हैं, तो क्यों उनसे कहा जाता है कि भाई तू लड़कियों की तरह बात कर रहा है? तो ये कई तरह की असमानता है जो पुरुष भी फेस करते हैं। जब कोई पुरुष अपनी पत्नी को वह सम्मान देता है, वो समानता देता है, वो अवसर देता है जो संविधान दे रहा है, तो उसके ही घर वाले पेरेंट्स कहते हैं जोरू का गुलाम बन गया है, किचन में ही घुसा रहता है, पत्नी के साथ ही हाथ बटाता रहता है। अरे हमारी भी शादियां हुई थी, अरे हमने भी गृहस्थियां बसाई हैं, हमने तो कभी ऐसा नहीं किया। तो आप इस तरह से उसको ताने मार मार के मानसिक रूप से प्रताड़ित कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आज भी हम पितृसत्तात्मक समाज में कहीं ना कहीं खुद को पाते हैं जो ये एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं कर पाता कि आपको एक जो लड़की है उसको भी आपके बराबर राइट्स होने चाहिए, उसको आपके बराबर अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलनी चाहिए। इवन अगर हम वर्क प्लेस की भी बात करें तो आप देखिए ऐसे कितने इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, कितने डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं जहां पर जो अथॉरिटी है वो फीमेल है। अगर गलती से फीमेल अथॉरिटी है भी तो बहुत सारे लोग यही सोचते होंगे कि अरे पता नहीं ये संभाल पाएंगे कि नहीं संभाल पाएंगे, अरे इनके बस का नहीं होगा, अरे इनको इनकी सामर्थ्य से ज्यादा बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दे दी। तो ये जो माइंडसेट है ये पूरी तरीके से गलत है। लड़कियां भी इक्वली क्वालिफाइड है। हाँ, मैं मानती हूँ कि बायोलॉजिकली मेल आर मच मोर स्ट्रॉन्गर देन दी फीमेल, बट अगर हम मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्गनेस की बात करें तो वहां पे फीमेल जो है, जितनी मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग फीमेल है उतने पुरुष हो ही नहीं सकता। इसीलिए आप देखिए जब डिलीवरी होती है महिला की, तो जितना 206 हड्डियां टूटने का दर्द होता है, उतना एक जो महिला है वो प्रसव पीड़ा में दर्द को बर्दाश्त करती है, और उसके बाद भी वो मुस्कुराती है, और उसको ना सिर्फ अपने लिए बल्कि अपने परिवार के लिए भी खुशी का एक अवसर सभी को प्रदान करते हैं। कहते हैं जननी और जन्मभूमि स्वर्गादपि गरीयसी, जननी और जन्मभूमि स्वर्ग से भी सुंदर है। कहने में ये बहुत अच्छा लगता है। सब कहते हैं यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता, अर्थात जहाँ नारियों की पूजा की जाती है, उनका सम्मान किया जाता है, उन घरों में ईश्वर का वास होता है। पर सिर्फ क्या ये किताबों में लिख देने मात्र से, भाषणों में बोल देने मात्र से अपने आप को मॉडर्न एरा का बताने?
नीति मैम प्लीज कंक्लूड, क्योंकि वीसी सर हम से आ चुके हैं तो वो वेट कर रहे हैं। प्लीज
ओके, तो मैं यहाँ पे ये कंक्लूड करना चाहूंगी कि जेंडर इक्वालिटी जो है वो मेल और फीमेल दोनों की बात करता है। डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ना मेल के साथ होना चाहिए जेंडर को ध्यान में रखते हुए, ना फीमेल के साथ होना चाहिए। जो कानून बनाए गए हैं वो कानून मात्र पर्याप्त नहीं है जब तक हम समाज का जो माइंडसेट है उसमें बदलाव नहीं लेकर आएंगे। दोनों ही इक्वल हैं, दोनों एक सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं, दोनों कार के उन पहियों की तरह है कि जिनमें से एक भी अगर पंचर हो जाए तो गाड़ी आगे नहीं बढ़ सकती। तो लास्ट में मैं सिर्फ एक कोटेशन के माध्यम से अपनी बात को समाप्त करूंगी। Humanity has two wings, one man, another woman. Not until both the wings are equally developed can the world fly. मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से परम श्रद्धेय हम सबके आदर के केंद्र कुलगुरु महोदय को प्रणाम करती हूँ, और आप सब ने मुझे ये अवसर दिया, आपका हृदय से आभार। थैंक यू वन एंड ऑल।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम, आपने दोनों को, पुरुषों को, मेल को भी फीमेल को इक्वल रखने की बात कही, उसके लिए थैंक यू सो मच। और सॉरी टू डिस्टर्ब किया, सॉरी सर, वीसी सर। इट इज आवर प्रोफाउंड privilege to invite Professor Raj Kumar Acharya, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jivaji University and Advisory Board Member of Social Science and Management Welfare Association. With his global insights, he will now grace us with a keynote on advancing gender justice in the modern era. Applause, please, sir.
Respectively, kindly unmute yourself, please.
डॉक्टर नीति पांडे ने अभी बहुत अच्छी बातें कही हैं। कुछ बातों से मैं असहमत इस अर्थ में होता हूं कि हम केवल वर्तमान परिदृश्य को यदि देखेंगे तो ह्यूमन राइट्स को समझने की हमारी भारतीय दृष्टि कमजोर हो जाएगी। भारतीय दृष्टि कभी ह्यूमन राइट्स को लेके किसी भेद में विश्वास नहीं करती है। जैसे ह्यूमन राइट्स के मौलिक अधिकार के बारे में कहा गया है कि भाई उसकी जाति है, लिंग है, राष्ट्रीयता, धर्म, कोई स्थिति हो, जीवन, स्वतंत्रता, समानता, शिक्षा, काम और स्वास्थ्य, सम्मान के साथ सभी के जीने का अधिकार है। और ये संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ द्वारा परिभाषित भी है, और 1993 में भारत ने भी इसको अपने स्तर पर परिभाषित और स्वीकार किया है। हमारे यहाँ हम कहते हैं ये जन्मजात अधिकार है। कुछ राइट्स ऐसे हैं जो सरकार नहीं देती है। हम जब सांस्कृतिक जीवन में आते हैं, पारिवारिक जीवन में आते हैं, तो जिसका जिस लिंग धारण से जन्म होता है उसकी पहचान उससे होती है। उसका कोई संबंध नारी या पुरुष के अधिकारों से या उसको मिलने वाले लाभों से नहीं होता है। ये समाज के अपने दोष होते हैं, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। जन्मजात सरकार नहीं देती है। सार्वभौमिकता की हम यूनिवर्सल जो बात करते हैं, ये दुनिया के सभी लोगों पर समान रूप से लागू होती है। हर व्यक्ति के मूल्य और गरिमा को मान्यता देते हैं। समानता और निष्पक्षता के सिद्धांतों को मानने वाला विश्व में यदि कोई संस्कृति अकेली है तो वो भारत है। हम कहते हैं सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत्। अर्थात हम सबके कल्याण की भावना करते हैं। इसमें कहाँ नारी है, कहाँ पुरुष है। हमने अपने सामाजिक जीवन में ये क्षुद्रताएं निर्माण कर ली है, इनका नुकसान हमको हुआ है, इसको समझने की आवश्यकता है। मानवाधिकारों की यदि हम सार्वजनिक घोषणा की बात करें तो 1948 में यूडीआर एचआर ने यह पहला कानून बनाया था, और हम सब जानते 93 में फिर भारत में भी इस पर एक कानून बना, जिसे हम NHRC नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन के नाम से जानते हैं। लेकिन मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि भारत तो वह देश है जो कहीं भी लिंग भेद नहीं करता है। हाँ, सामाजिक स्तर पर, जातिगत स्तर पर आज कुछ जो विविध प्रकार की रूढ़िगत परंपराएं आज जन्म ले ली हैं, और उनके कारण हम और नारी स्वतंत्रता जैसे यूरोपियन नैरेटिव को अपने देश में भी लागू करने के लिए आगे बढ़ गए। अन्यथा हम पिछले 5 साल का हमारे भारत का जीवन देखें तो आज तो सेना में कमीशन देने का काम नारियों के लिए किया जा रहा है। आज तो रेलवे में और ट्रेन गार्ड का से लेके और ड्राइवर का काम भी और नारियां कर रही हैं। आईटी सेक्टर में तो यदि हम शोध करेंगे, रिसर्च करेंगे, तो अकेले आप पूना शहर चले जाइए तो आपको पता लगेगा आईटी सेक्टर में काम करने वाले आज 60% लड़कियां हैं। तो ये रेशियो कैसे आ रहा है भाई? निश्चित जो पढ़ाई कर रहा है, जिसकी समझ अच्छी हो रही है, वो आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसको समझने की आवश्यकता है। बीच के काल में कुछ सामाजिक स्तर पर जो विसंगतियां आई थी, जैसे हमारे यहाँ जन्म के साथ अभी मैडम ने कहा, ये पुरुष प्रधान समाज रचना का एक नैरेटिव ग्रामीण कल्चर में थोड़ा सा जिंदा है। आज शहरी जीवन में उसकी कोई उपादेयता नहीं है, मेरा ऐसा व्यक्तिगत मानना है। और अब किसी कैडर से ये बात निकल के नहीं आती है कि नारी कहीं कमजोर है या महिला कहीं कमजोर है और पुरुष बहुत मजबूत है। प्रकृति ने सबको की और जेनेटिक्स है, जिसके कारण उसका आकार, प्रकार और जीवन रचना का स्वरूप दिखाई देता है। भारत तो वह देश है जो जड़ और चेतन दोनों में परमात्म तत्व को मानता है, और परमात्म तत्व को मानने के मूल में धर्म की वह भावना जो कहती है परहित धर्म तरस नहीं भाई, दूसरे के प्रति परमार्थ करने से बड़ा कोई धर्म नहीं होता है। तो ये परमार्थ भी क्या लिंग भेद को लेकर किया जाता है क्या? तो मुझे लगता है सब सहमत होंगे कि नहीं, उसमें कोई लिंग भेद नहीं। भूखा कोई है, चाहे वो पुरुष हो चाहे नारी हो, सबके लिए समान है। प्यासा कोई हो, सबको पानी है, वो किसी रचना का हो। परिवार में भारतीय कुटुंब व्यवस्था ऐसी है कि आज हम हमारी नैतिक जिम्मेदारियां वास्तव में यह है, मुझे लगता है ये जो विषय आज आयोजक बंधुओं ने और चुना है, डॉक्टर देवेंद्र विश्वकर्मा यदि इसमें सुन रहे होंगे तो मैं जानता हूं कि वह इन सब बातों को प्रवेश करते हैं, उसको जोड़कर चलते हैं वो अर्थशास्त्र के प्रोफेसर, लेकिन ह्यूमैनिटी को भी उनके स्वरूप में आता है। तो ये सब बताने का भाव यह है, हम सब आज कुटुंब प्रबोधन में इस बात को लाएं कि परिवार के सभी सदस्यों से समान और आचरण और व्यवहार संवेदनाओं के साथ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अब एकल परिवार व्यवस्था ने हमारी समाज रचना के ताने बाने को छिन्न भिन्न किया है। आने वाले समय में हमको अभी नहीं आ रहा समझ में, 20 साल बाद जो नई जनरेशन समाज में खड़ी दिखाई देगी, रिश्तों की न्यूनता इनके वैचारिक चिंतन को सर्वाधिक प्रभावित करने वाली है। और यदि वैचारिक चिंतन से भारतीयता हट गई तो आने वाले समय की चुनौतियां हमारे लिए केवल आर्थिक नहीं होंगी। आर्थिक विकास में हम 2047
हेलो सर, आपकी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है सर।
की संकल्पना सांसद होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि और उसके लिए समाज वातावरण निर्माण भी होना चाहिए, तब जाके कोई बात मैं सोचता हूं कि वो इस पैटर्न की रहेगी, जो समाज में एक नई प्रकार की संरचना दिखाई देगी, जो आने वाले समय में तो हम कहीं ना कहीं उसको ह्यूमन राइट्स और वर्ग भेद के आज के दोषों से हटा सकते हैं। आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि एक विशाल चिंतन
सबके शायद नेटवर्क इशू आ रहा है।
विकास के स्वरूप में और चाहे तकनीकी विकास के मामले में युवाओं हमें युवाओं की शक्ति को, चाहे वो नारी हो चाहे पुरुष हो, सभी की संवेद शक्ति के साथ भारत के विकास के लिए संकल्पना में आगे आना पड़ेगा। तब जाके हम वैश्विक स्तर पर संपूर्ण विश्व को भारत एक चींटी भी शक्कर खिलाने में विश्वास रखते हैं, एक मछली को प्रकार की ह्यूमैनिटी, मानवीयता, प्राकृतिक स्वरूप को लेके चलते हैं। हम हमारे यहाँ वृक्षों को आंवला नवमी क्यों मनाते हैं? कर रहा है, लेकिन पौधों के संरक्षण की बात, पेड़ों के संरक्षण की बात करने की शक्ति यदि अनादिकाल से कोई राष्ट्र करता रहा है तो वो भारत है। जो लोग विंध्य की परिभाषा, मध्य प्रदेश में विंध्य क्षेत्र है, वहां आम के पेड़ों को आज भी बेटा माना जाता है। चाहे खेत में लगा हो, चाहे मेड़ पर लगा हो, चाहे रास्ते में लगा हो, आम के पेड़ को काटना, जैसे पूरे देश में पीपल के पेड़ को काटना गलत माना जाता है, आम के पेड़ को नहीं काटा जाता वहां। ये उदाहरण बताने का भाव ये है, प्रकृति के हर तत्व में हमको समरूपता, समानता, संवेदना और सामाजिक संरचना का वह भाव जो भारत में विश्व कल्याण की संकल्पना लेके चलता है, कृष्ण बंतो विश्वमार्यम का भाव लेता है। हमारे अंदर यदि अतिथि देवो भव का भाव जिंदा रहेगा तो हम, वो अतिथि किसी स्वरूप में आए हमारे यहाँ, हम उसको स्वागत सत्कार करेंगे। आज भी अब अर्थवादी समाज हो जाने के कारण विकृतियां आई हैं, अन्यथा घर में आने वाली ग्रह वधु को तो हमारे यहाँ ग्रह लक्ष्मी कहा गया है। ये ग्रह लक्ष्मी की परिभाषा को हम शास्त्रोक्त विधान से जिस दिन स्वीकारना शुरू कर देंगे, ये जो विसंगतियां सामाजिक स्तर पर नारी जाति के साथ हमें कहीं कहीं दिखाई देती हैं, अपवाद स्वरूप में है वो। अन्यथा हम देखते हैं आज क्या हो रहा है टीवी पर, कोई एक दाम्पत्य जीवन में किसी महिला या पुरुष के साथ कोई अत्याचार हो जाता है, उसको मीडिया ट्रायल में लेके इतना प्रचारित किया जाता है कि वो ग्रस्त संसार जैसे सबसे कठिन स्थितियां आज हो गई हैं। ये नैरेटिव बनाया जा रहा है समाज का। इसको शिक्षित समाज को समझने की आवश्यकता है। अतः ह्यूमन राइट्स के इस काल में हमको इस बात को देखना चाहिए कि हम आज 2025 में जब ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमें अपने कर्तव्यों के बारे में भी हमारा संज्ञान होना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं इसमें जोड़ना चाहता हूं। क्योंकि अधिकारों की बात हम केवल करते रहेंगे और कर्तव्यों से विमुख रहेंगे, तब तक नैतिकता और नैतिक मूल्यों का प्रादुर्भाव करना कठिन माजरा है। इसको समझने की आवश्यकता है। इतनी मुझे सुना, इस अभियान में जोड़ा, मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि हम सब मिलकर इस समाज को, राष्ट्र को आने वाले और विकसित भारत के संदर्भों में ह्यूमन राइट्स से लेकर और जेनेटिक डिफरेंसेस को हम समाप्त करने के बारे में कहीं ना कहीं शक्तिशाली और देश बनेंगे और विश्व के लिए एक मार्गदर्शक समाज के रूप में भारत को स्थापित करेंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपने बहुत अच्छी स्पीच दी। महिलाओं पुरुषों दोनों के बारे में सबसे अच्छा ये कहा कि सम्मान के साथ जीने का अधिकार पुरुषों को भी है, महिलाओं को भी है। नेक्स्ट हमारे बीच है फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द सीज, वेलकम डॉक्टर हिमा परमेश्वरम, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर ऑफ HRM, at City University, Ajman, UAE. And her keynote on human rights intersections will ignite our minds. Please join in thunderous applause. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon. Greetings from the UAE. First of all, thank you, and it's so happy to see you, everyone, through this platform. And once again, thanks for giving me this opportunity. And I have heard that the previous research or the sessions or lectures by various expertise. Really, it's amazing, it's inspiring, and it's a need of the hour. So today I would like to discuss one of my studies or so I would like to share one of my research studies based on this topic. It's not completely related to human rights, but as you said, ma'am, you said about human resource development, because my area is in human resource management. I did my doctorate in human resource management. So I'll just divert little, but this is very important because we are all human beings because of the technological development, because this is a year of or era of AI, big data, whatever it is, because the technology is going very fast. It's like, everything we will get at our fingertips. So my point is HRM, human resource management, or HRM is very or it has a profound role in all our sectors, because we are all ultimately, we are like human brains which work behind every activity or every development or every technological aspect. Right. So human resource management, as everyone knows about, how we can empower ourselves. So today I would like to share the topic, something related with women empowerment, because I believe this is one important, because the previous professors or expertise discussed about the women empowerment. So we cannot remove, or we cannot, because women are the backbone of every society, and it's very important to have a proper education for everyone equally. So I believe that is equity theory is very important, like how the people perceive about their input, and how much they put it into their work, or whatever it is, how much they put into their work or in any society, and how much they get it back. So it's very important. It is that equity theory. And today, can I share my screen? Is it possible to share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, fine. Are you able to see my PPT? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I would like to start with this quote, famous quote. It is, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." Right. So each one of us think about like this, or we should have that mindset, because before also one doctor discussed about this thing, like how the mindset, okay, we need to have a global mindset, we need to have an adaptive mindset, a collaborative mindset, and at the same time, each one of us as part of women empowerment, we should consider like how we can make a change from ourselves. So first of all, we need to have that mindset. So that's why today's title is about women empowerment and achieving society by understanding your own values. And myself, Dr. Hima Parameswaran, my doctorate degree is in human resource management, and I'm also an associate CIPD, working as working in at College of Business at City University, Ajman. All right. So the abstract is like because of the extreme competition in all industries has fueled by global business and uncertain world economy. And we know that because of the terrorism or geopolitical issues, everywhere it's changing. So, coupled with economic, political, technological, and cultural changes, have profound effects on the world of career. Again, still in our society, women like the career prospects. It's no, it's really it's lacking. Still, it's glass ceiling in many organizations because women are not get no though they have all potentials, capabilities, talents, but they are restricted to go into higher positions in many sectors. So the workforce becomes increasingly diverse worldwide. So organizations to need to diverse in its system structure. So a strategic paradigm of women empowerment can strengthen the diversity effectively, which in turn enhance organization productivity and competitiveness. And there are a lot of research that highlight that and that did this diverse, especially the socio-demographic factors or entry of women can definitely or increase organization productivity because of their emotional intelligence, or specifically in some workplace, how they can treat other employees as well as customers. So this study aims to remove the bottlenecks related to gender concerns and the glass ceiling effect to career management amongst women. In this context, the study is based randomly selected industrial sectors in India by stratified proportional sampling among 300 employees, and a survey method using a closed-ended questionnaire and interactions having three indicators. So the variables that I have selected through the literature review are managing diversity, individual mastery, and personal inventiveness for data collection. So the confirmatory factor analysis was through this CFA. This was checked. The hypotheses were done. So it addresses the characteristics and benefits of career development amongst women and offers a roadmap for modernization and transformation. So without any doubt, it's the model tailored from the study can be manifesto in empowering women by realizing their values in societal development. So these are some of the reviews. By late 2024 or early 2025, like this, this year, the gap had shrunk considerably, with the female employment rate around 71.8% and the male rate at 78.2%, according to the House of Commons Library. And according to data in labor force participation in 2020, globally stressed that less than half, that is 46.9% of all women participated in the labor force, a decrease from 51.0 in 1990. So nearly 3 in 4 men participated in the labor force, down from 80.2% in 1990. Then on average across the globe, women spend 4 hours. Okay, again, this is like some disparity. How much women spend in like in different activities, maybe care or maybe workplace, but when compared to men, they are less paid. Then, according to a 2022 survey in the European Union, for instance, only 68% of women and 52% of men aged 16 to 74 years strongly agree that boys have the same obligations to help with household chores as girls. And we know, especially in India, actually, this is a controversial debate, so I'm not going into deep into this. But still, it persists that there is this kind of disparity. That is, what kind of work a girl should do, what kind of work a man should do, or boys. And another thing is like the maternity leave. Nowadays, it has changed even in the UAE. In many countries, in developed countries, the maternity leave has been increased for women. For example, in the UAE, now new amendment was like 90 days, paid leave. Before it was like 45 plus 15, 45 full payment, and half, like the remaining 15, it was like 15. So now the situation is changing. So the Fortune Global List 2020 highlights that only 13 women, that is 2.6%, were CEOs of Fortune Global 500 companies. So that's what I said before, like still this kind of career or glass ceiling effect is still there. So this has to be changed. But okay, fine. This is because of many government and many corporate policies or something, and it depends upon them on their policies. However, another point is how this can be enhanced, like for example disparate treatment and disparate impact. So disparate treatment, something like it's because of the policies, but sometimes it's because of their job. For example, women cannot, in some sectors women cannot when considered to men, or sometimes based on the occupational safety and health measures. Yes, in such cases, okay, disparate impact, okay, that can be prevalent. However, in some other cases, still, this is one example. CEOs, it's not going into, that is the glass ceiling effect is still there. All right, so this is like women participate in the labor market, it is less than men. So this shows about the comparison between men and women in different countries. You can see from like Turkey, Costa Rica, Mexico, Italy, Colombia. So it's like, you can see in different countries, it varies. All right. So Global Gender Gap Index, according to World Economic Forum, that is India ranked 131st out of 148 countries in the Global Gender Gap Index 2025. So the country's overall parity score improved slightly to 64.4%, but it slipped in rank due to faster progress by other nations. And Gender Inequality Index also, India showed significant improvement, jumping 14 ranks, 208 out of 193 countries in the G2 2022 with a score of 0.437. So across the world, women take on far more unpaid work than men. On average, they spend 2.5 times more hours each day on care and domestic tasks. So this is considering to a different group of sectors. Then this effect ripples through generations, where 45% of working age women are outside the labor force because of the unpaid care responsibilities, compared with only 5% of men. All right. Then India's gender gap analysis reveals persistent disparities. Then major gaps remain in economic participation, then political empowerment, though upcoming reservations offer hope for the latter, while underlying societal attitudes like son preference also influence outcomes. Key issues include significant differences in female labor participation, underrepresentation in leadership, challenges in pay parity, and access to senior roles, highlighting systemic barriers despite positive policy moves like women's reservation in local government. And there are three classifications. One is economic participation, one is health and survival. So it is still remains low. Health and survival. Education, progress has been made, but still there are gaps. Then political empowerment, as I mentioned earlier, that is representation in top leadership is still low. And so significance of the study is career amongst women are fragmented. So inequity and discrimination in organization. For example, in 1964 Civil Rights Act in US that highlights the tribes, to a great extent, it tried to prevent this kind of discrimination amongst men and women, that is qualified men and women. So objectives of the study are to identify the role of managing diversity, to need importance of subjective mastery, and how to make a personal intervention in lessening glass ceiling effect. So these are again some of the literature review. I'm not going into detail because of time limit. I know that many are in the queue, so I want to maintain the time. So these are some of the literature review. Again, this is about managing diversity. Actually, I remember one thing, like for example, diversity and inclusion, equity, diversity and inclusion is very or it has a paramount importance. For example, just imagine about the diversity, that is how the age, social demographic factors, then how can we make personal mastery at their work, like how to support women right from the like their childhood, then how the communication, social capital, networking can empower employees. So this is about personal intervention. So this is about a research design. There were like 28 indicators according to a 5-point Likert scale, and 8 indicators, and it is already mentioned. And so these are the ways how the data was collected. So this is about the statistical package, Lavon R version, and it was found through diagonally weighted least squares, at the same time maximum likelihood, and also unweighted least squares. And CFM model was also discussed, like about through chi-square statistic, correlation, and also Tucker-Lewis index, and standardized root mean square residual. So this is about the significance level, and it was found that is the model was fit according, because it was according to the significance level 0.005. Sorry, and these are the questionnaires. Again, these are the relationship, that is covariance also found, and this is the R version diagram. So these are the results, but some indicators they show slight some changes because of the variations. Maybe that can be due to bias, or maybe different factors. Maybe they don't want to reveal. So it's important to have that recognize care work as essential and skill, or reduce time in the intensive tasks with better infrastructure, redistribute the responsibilities more fairly between women and men. But it's very difficult in practical because of this kind of stigma or that stereotype still among the mindset. Then represent caregivers in policy making and social dialogue, resource care systems through sustainable public investment. So that's about my topic, and I would like to discuss one thing, that is right. I remember one thing, like when I discuss with my students one thing, or in my family itself, like about diversity and inclusion, for example, like inviting for a party is diversity. See, if we are invited, if everyone are invited, going for a party is diversity. But if inclusion means how we can dance, like how each person is, like can dance. So that is called inclusiveness. So that's very important. We used to tell that is okay, we have diversity. Yes, every word. See, right now in this platform, we have diversity. But how much we can discuss, or how much we can contribute to, or our each contribution, that's what I said, like dancing in the party, or how much we can dance in the party is inclusiveness. So thank you once again, each and everyone, the organizers, to give me this opportunity, and good luck to each and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. She is from Human Resource Management, talk about technological development in all our sector. Proper education, equally given to all pupils, equity theory, and how can we make change in ourselves. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, Dr. Elizabeth Lucas, distinguished delegates, behold the brilliance of Dr. Elizabeth Lucas, FLU, a leader in international welfare initiative. Join the ocean as she unveils her keynote insights into gender justice, fostering unity across borders. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mahanaj, I don't know your name, but because this is the college name on your profile. I want to say thank you so much for inviting. I hope I'm audible. You can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for this time. I really appreciate once again coming together to share, to learn, and also to empower one another. It's a very beautiful platform that we keep on engaging ourselves, because learning is living. And without learning, we cannot really upgrade our knowledge and also to impact lives and contribute to the society. So I want to appreciate all our great leaders on this platform. Thank you so much for your time. I know that we have different times. Here in UK it's around 7:30, and I believe that in India is around 1 p.m. or something like that. So I want to say congratulations once again for being part of this conference, and I appreciate the organization. So my name, as they've mentioned, is Elizabeth Lucas Afolalu from United Kingdom. So I want to appreciate all the board of directors of Mahatma College of Law in India, and also Social Science and Management Welfare Association for this time of the moment. I want to appreciate you all. And this conference that we're doing is continuous. We've been doing this, and I've been part of it for the past few years. And I want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity. I do not take your platform for granted. So let me start with this statement. I know our topic is about human rights, which is very, very important. We're talking about the human rights and the gender justice. Because why? The most important thing is that we are all human beings. And that is why we have to talk about it. And time is growing. I'm glad that you mentioned 21st century. Yes, this is a new time, a new day. But guess what? I'm glad that all my co-speakers have been mentioning very key points. And that key point is my expertise, and that is mindset. Because without renewing our mindset, we will keep on doing what we've been doing for many years. But the reason why we consistently organizing this kind of program is because we need change. And without renewing our mindset, growing our mindset, there will be no change and there will be no transformation. Our mindset is the key point, because the reason why we're together is that we want to incorporate all our knowledge, our wisdom, our expertise, and where we can go on, how we can fit into society in this 21st century. So mindset is everything. Mindset is the state of every individual, personalities, government, influencers, philanthropy, and everyone. And that is why it is so important that we visit our curriculum, our system, our legislation, and everything. Yes, most of our legislation can be established maybe 100 years ago, but we are in the 21st century. So everything needs to be visited, everything needs to be adjusted, and everything needs to be changed. So our belief system dictates how we operate in the society, in the government, how we perceive others, how we respect others, and even treat others. They are very, very important. And that is why, how are we going to go from this end is our mindset. Mindset is the storehouse of information. Mindset is everything. Mindset also gives us joy, freedom. It gives us everything. Only if we can renew our mindset. If myself and all my great leaders here change our minds, change our mindset, I'm sure there will be changes in our system. I'm sure we will all live comfortably. I'm sure there will be peace. I'm sure there will be respecting one another. I'm sure we can lay and even establish hope for our new generation that are coming. So it is very important that we look into that. Yes, we are talking about human resources, human rights, rights that belongs to every individual, groups, rights that belongs to everyone. Why? Because we are all created by only one God. And God created us for a purpose. He created us so that we can occupy and fulfill our purpose on earth. He created us so that we can unite together. He created us so that we can work together. He created us so that we can accommodate one another. That is why human rights is very, very important, that we look and we also readjust all our system. Human rights are standards that recognize and protect the dignity of human beings. Human rights govern all individual humans being live in society with each other. If we can respect one another, if we can accommodate one another, if we can understand in respect of your gender, in respect of your age, in respect of the country you come from, in respect of the tribe, in respect of everything, you will see that even the war will reduce. Because that is what it's all about. Human rights is very important. Who are the people that really need to involve? Or who are the people that really need the right? We need the right as a leader. Women has a right. Men has a right. Boys, girls, they have the rights. Even children, they have their own rights. So until we continue to talk about it and engaging ourselves, informing ourselves, reminding ourselves that human rights is very important. Human rights, according to Act 1998, set out of the fundamental rights and freedom that everyone in UK here, where I live, is entitled to. It incorporates the right set. We are entitled to everything, either you are female or male, either you are boys and girls or even children. We are all entitled to every benefit in this earth, including the economy, including in our working place, including in education. We all have the right. Human Rights Act 1998, as I've said, we will just be quickly share few. Human rights, what is all involved? It involves right to live, right of life, right to move around, right to have freedom of speech, right to work together, right to be paid equally if it's possible, right to be respected in the society, right to enjoy the facilities, the infrastructures, right to enjoy even the payment, the salary. So we all have the right to be paid, to be recognized, to be awarded, to be honored, to be praised, to be inspired, to be educated, to have a good environment, to have good water, to have everything. We all have the right. Okay, let's move on. When we're talking of gender justice is the critical aspect of human rights that seek to ensure equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities for all the end. I mean, every one of us deserve to live in a good environment. Every one of us deserve to have opportunities. Every one of us deserve to live peacefully, joyfully, happily, healthy in the society. That is all what we're talking about in a simple way. Okay, so then human rights are universal. They are universal. They are even indisciplinar. Let's look at one of them. All people everywhere in the world are entitled to them. No one can voluntarily give up on them. We don't want to give up on our youth. We don't want to give up on our children. We don't want to give up on our great leaders, the men and the women. And that's more reason that we need to keep consistently learning, engaging our minds, receiving the right information to help one another. Another thing is, whether civil or political or economy or social or cultural in nature, they are all inherent to the dignity of every human person. Consequently, they all have equal status as rights. Yes, we are created by God, male and female. We have the ability. We are gifted. We are given the opportunity to work together. That is why even in the scriptures, they said, the scripture says that man cannot live alone. So that means we women, we need to be there. So that means men and women complete the creation of God Almighty. So that is more reason why we need to be catching up. We need to be renewing our mindset. Let me bring to you, when in the young, when we were growing up, they tend to let us understand, because I'm originally from Africa, it tends to let us understand that the place of a woman is in the kitchen and to raise children and to tidy up the house. But things have changed in this 21st century. We have prime ministers, we have presidents, we have CEOs. So that is why we need to readjust our thinking. That's why we need to renew our mindset. That is why we need to restructure, reorganize, and even revisit our laws, our systems, our policies. It's very, very important if we really want to act on these human rights. Let's move on. All individuals are equal as human beings by virtue of dignity of woman. We need to respect one another. We need to respect our culture. We need to respect our system. We need to respect our tradition. I'm from Africa, I stay in UK. So I have to readjust and accommodate and also fit in and even free in this United Kingdom. I don't want to come to India and feel isolated, because I've got lovely, lovely human beings, lovely leaders that are doing great works in the society. I want to fit in. I want to associate myself with them. And that is the mindset that all of us need to have. Let's move on. Even inclusion of the disability, because of their condition, doesn't limit them. They are educated, they are talented, they are gifted, and they are learned. So we need to treat them also equally according to their capacity. So we can't really discriminate any human being, because every one of us, we are unique and we are special. So we still need to accommodate everyone, either in their own capacity, their ability, and also in their status. So Charles Bass proposed a typology of 6 paradigms of an action that can help us in promoting human rights. Number 1, accountability. We all are there to be accountable. We are there to contribute to this if we want to do it, because it's not only just talking. It's about speaking, engaging their mindset, get better understanding, and at the same time, take action. So it is our responsibility to contribute to this promotion of human rights. The second one is inducement. The third one is assistance. The fourth one is domestic consultation and engagement. The fifth one is compulsion. And the last one is external adaptation. I could have loved to expand, but because of time, I won't be able to do that. But just bear in mind that every one of us, we have a responsibility. We have to be accountable to the younger ones, accountable to where we were working or where we find ourselves, accountable even in leadership. So when our mind is renewed, when we are growing our mindset with the new updated knowledge of human rights and gender, then we will be able to take action and change the world. One of the former presidents of United States, President Obama, said something. He said, if we are looking for change, don't look elsewhere. We are the change. We are the one to make that change. Myself and all my great leaders on this platform, the main reason why we are waking up in the morning to sit down and talk to each other is because we have a job to do to make that change. Why? For ourselves and also for the younger generation and the generations to come. What you do today will affect our generation to come. So that is more reason we need to change our mindset. Once again, I know they've given me 15 minutes. I'm a word sometimes of a short words. I'm a woman of a short words because I'm an inspirational and transformational speaker. And I will love to listen to others because I'm also a learner. So on this note, I just want to let you know that it's all about mindset. To make a change in our human rights and gender, is very important that if we, all of us, our leaders on this platform, can take hold of wherever you find yourself as a leader, members of the government, even the mother, even the teachers, lecturers, even a business and entrepreneur, if we can contribute our own bit into the society, then there will be change. Because you know why? You are the change. And yes, you can change this scenario and make somebody special. That's all what we are crying for. Make somebody special. Human being is about making others special in terms of wages, salaries, in terms of environment, in terms of how we communicate with one another, and in terms of how we legislate all other systems, and in terms of how we perceive others, perceive the situation, and how we judge. It's very important that we keep on renewing our mindset for us to promote human rights. And yes, we can, because next time we come together, every one of us, we have a story to tell of how they've contributed to improve human rights and how we've contributed to enlarge and expand the gender justice and how we have made a change. So on this note, I want to say again, thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The key message of ma'am is that mindset is the foundation of human rights and gender justice. Law, policies, and institutions are important, but real change begins with how we think and treat one another. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Then Dr. Hariom Avasthi, sir. Please applaud Dr. Hariom Avasthi, Associate Professor and HOD of Law at Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Gwalior. His scholarly address on multidisciplinary human rights will deepen our discourse. Let's applaud generals. Please, sir. Dr. Hariom Avasthi, sir. प्लीज सर, हैं आप यहाँ पर? नहीं. नेक्स्ट, ऋचा मित्तल. Spotlight on Richa Mittal. Richa Mittal, Assistant Professor at Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Gwalior. Her fresh perspective on 21st century justice will inspire. Give her the welcome she deserves. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing me. Respected all the members and Vimla ma'am and Ankita ma'am, your heartily. I am in a constitutional democracy governed by the rule of law. Human rights are not privilege granted by the state, but fundamental guarantees inherent in every individual. As we progress through the 21st century, the concept of gender justice must evolve beyond stereotype and assumptions and be rooted in equality, dignity, and fairness of all the genders. जैसा कि नीति पांडे मैम ने लास्ट में बताया था कि जेंडर जस्टिस का मतलब केवल और केवल फीमेल्स के लिए जस्टिस नहीं है, मेल के लिए भी जस्टिस है. तो मैं अपने इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को इसी लाइन में और इसी सीक्वेंस में आगे कंटिन्यू करना चाहती हूँ कि जब हम ह्यूमन राइट्स और जेंडर जस्टिस की बात करते हैं तो अक्सर ये माना जाता है कि सिर्फ वुमेन का ही इशू है और जो जेंडर राइट्स है, जेंडर जस्टिस है, वो केवल और केवल वुमेन तक ही लिमिटेड है. लेकिन जेंडर जस्टिस का मतलब सिर्फ वुमेन या महिलाओं के अधिकार को देना नहीं है, बल्कि हर जेंडर के साथ न्याय करना है, चाहे वो जेंडर आपका मैन हो या फिर आपका ट्रांसजेंडर हो. जैसा कि भारतीय न्याय संहिता में जेंडर की डेफिनेशन में ट्रांसजेंडर को भी इंक्लूड किया गया है और ट्रांसजेंडर को इंक्लूड करने का जो ऑब्जेक्टिव रहा है वो भी यही रहा है कि जब भारत में न्याय करा जाए तो वो न्याय केवल महिलाओं के साथ ना हो, वो न्याय केवल पुरुषों के साथ ना हो, वो न्याय ट्रांसजेंडर के भी साथ किया जाए. इसलिए एक्ट का नाम भी क्या रखा गया? भारतीय न्याय संहिता रखा गया. पर ये जो भारतीय न्याय संहिता है कहीं ना कहीं केवल और केवल महिलाओं के अधिकारों की ही बात करता है, महिलाओं की ही सुरक्षा की बात करता है. पुरुषों की सुरक्षा के लिए या ट्रांसजेंडर की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी स्पेशलाइजेशन प्रोटेक्शन यहाँ पर नहीं दिया गया है. ह्यूमन राइट्स यूनिवर्सल होते हैं, पर इसका मतलब ये है कि आदमी भी उतने ही ह्यूमन है जितनी महिलाएं हैं. अक्सर किसी के साथ अन्याय हो रहा है, चाहे वो महिलाएं हैं या पुरुष है, तो वो ह्यूमन राइट का वायलेशन ही है. मेल विक्टिम एक अनसुनी सच्चाई है. इंडिया में आज भी ये माना जाता है कि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस सिर्फ महिलाओं के खिलाफ होती है, जबकि रियलिटी ये है कि बहुत से मैन भी डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का शिकार होते हैं. इमोशनल अब्यूज, मेंटल हरासमेंट, फॉल्स एलिगेशंस एंड और इकोनॉमिक एक्सप्लॉइटेशन के थ्रू कहीं ना कहीं इंडिया में और पूरे वर्ल्ड में मेल के अगेंस्ट में भी क्या करी जा रही है? वायलेंस करी जा रही है. जैसा कि अभी रिसेंट के काफी सारे केसेस में हमने ये ऑब्जर्व किया था. बैंगलोर का सुभाष चंद्र का केस, जिन्होंने सुसाइड करी थी और 21 पेजेस का सुसाइड नोट लिखने के बाद उन्होंने डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का बताया, मेंटल अब्यूज का बताया और सुसाइड कर ली. इसी के साथ साथ अभी मेघालय का केस जहां पर एक हस्बैंड को मार दिया गया, या फिर मुस्कान का केस नोएडा का जहां पर हस्बैंड की लाश मिलती है ड्रम में, पर ये सारी चीजें एक कल्पेबल होमिसाइड और मर्डर तक ही सीमित रह गई। पर डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस में एक्चुअली क्या पोजीशन है, इसके बारे में कुछ भी हमें आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया गया। इंडियन लॉ में डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के केसेस में मेल विक्टिम के लिए कोई क्लियर प्रोटेक्शन नहीं है। इसी तरह सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट के लॉज भी जेंडर स्पेसिफिक है। अगर कोई भी मैन जिसके साथ वर्क प्लेस पर या किसी और जगह पर सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट होता है तो उनके पास कोई इफेक्टिव लीगल रेमेडी नहीं होती है। हमारे यहाँ पे सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट मैन वुमेन का है, हमारे यहाँ पे वॉयरिज्म वुमेन की है, हमारे यहाँ पे स्टॉकिंग वुमेन की है, पर जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस या जेंडर इक्वालिटी तो यहाँ पर दिखाई नहीं गई। क्या स्टॉकिंग मैन की नहीं हो सकती है? अगर एक वुमेन एक मेल का पीछा कर रही है तो क्या वो मेल स्टॉकिंग के लिए अपनी कंप्लेंट नहीं कर सकता? या फिर अगर कोई मैन किसी प्राइवेट एक्ट में एंगेज है और अगर वुमेन उसको ऑब्जर्व कर रही है और मेल का कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो क्या वॉयरिज्म एक मेल का नहीं हो सकता? इसके रिगार्डिंग कोई भी लॉ नहीं है। और अभी भी हम जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, बट प्रेजेंट टाइम पर जो फोकस किया जा रहा है वो जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस पे फोकस किया जाना चाहिए। अगर एक फीमेल भी फीमेल को ऑब्जर्व कर रही है, एक मेल भी मेल को ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है, या फिर एक मेल ही मेल का पीछा कर रहा है या फीमेल ही फीमेल का पीछा कर रही है, तो वो भी एक लॉ बनना चाहिए। भारतीय न्याय संहिता की सबसे बड़ी कमी ये रही कि अननेचुरल ऑफेंस को पूरी तरीके से रिमूव कर दिया गया। नवतेज सिंह जौहर वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया के केस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अननेचुरल ऑफेंस को पार्शियली डीक्रिमिनलाइज किया था और पार्शियली उसको क्रिमिनलाइज रहने दिया था, पर जो क्रिमिनलाइज वाला पार्ट था वो तो भारतीय न्याय संहिता में इंट्रोड्यूस ही नहीं किया गया है। इसकी वजह से अगर कोई अननेचुरल ऑफेंसेस होते हैं, ना तो मेल उसकी शिकायत कर सकता है ना फीमेल उसकी शिकायत कर सकती। तो जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस जो कि इंडियन पीनल कोड में फोकस करी जा रही थी, वो जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस को यहाँ से रिमूव कर दिया गया। इसी तरीके से ये समझना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि मेल की राइट की बात करना वुमेन के राइट की अगेंस्ट में होना नहीं है। जेंडर जस्टिस का मतलब फेयरनेस है, इक्वालिटी है और बैलेंस है। अगर एक महिला के खिलाफ हिंसा गलत है तो एक आदमी के खिलाफ हिंसा भी उतनी ही गलत है। अगर फॉल्स एलिगेशन से किसी महिला को नुकसान होता है तो उसी तरीके से फॉल्स एलिगेशन से किसी पुरुष की जिंदगी भी बर्बाद हो सकती है, और ये एक सीरियस ह्यूमन राइट इशू है। पैट्रियार्की हम सिस्टम समझते हैं और ये देखते हैं कि अगर कोई पैट्रियार्की सिस्टम चल रहा है तो वो वुमेन के अगेंस्ट में जा रहा है, पर ऐसा नहीं है। पैट्रियार्की सोसाइटी सिर्फ महिलाओं के लिए नहीं बल्कि पुरुषों को भी नुकसान पहुंचाती है। मेन से एक्सपेक्ट किया जाता है कि वो कभी रो नहीं सकते, वो विक्टिम नहीं हो सकते, वो हमेशा स्ट्रांग ही रहेंगे। या फिर अगर लड़की के लिए लड़का देखने की बात आती है तो गवर्नमेंट जॉब को ज्यादा प्रेफर किया जाता है, लड़की की इनकम को ज्यादा प्रेफर किया जाता है, और वही अगर कुछ डिमांड करी जाती है तो उसको डाउरी बोल दिया जाता है। तो जेंडर जस्टिस का मतलब केवल और केवल फीमेल्स को जस्टिस देना नहीं है। यहाँ पे जेंडर जस्टिस का मतलब मेल को जस्टिस देना है, जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस को प्रोटेक्ट करना है, और साथ के साथ में ट्रांसजेंडर को भी जस्टिस देना है। तो 21st सेंचुरी का विजन केवल फीमेल तक विजिबल नहीं है। 21st सेंचुरी का विजन जेंडर जस्टिस का इक्वल मायना तब रखेगा जब ट्रांसजेंडर, मेल, फीमेल और जब हम जेंडर सेंसिटिवनेस की बात करेंगे, और एक सोसाइटी जहां हर विक्टिम की बात सुनी जाए बिना जेंडर देके, वही 21st सेंचुरी का विजन होना चाहिए। ह्यूमन राइट्स का मतलब सिर्फ वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट नहीं बल्कि ह्यूमन डिग्निटी का एम्पावरमेंट है, चाहे वो पुरुष हो, चाहे वो महिला हो, या फिर कोई और आइडेंटिटी हो। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। आपने भी तीनों के जस्टिस की बात की, आपने बीएनएस देन आईपीसी दोनों को लेकर चले, उसके लिए थैंक यू। देन डॉक्टर हरिओम अवस्थी सर आ चुके हैं। डॉक्टर हरिओम अवस्थी सर, प्लीज वेलकम सर। सर 2 मिनट वेट करते हैं। थोड़ा टेक्निकल इशू आ रहा है, अभी वो ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं। Dr. Avasi, sir. Dr.
Hello, yes, am I audible?
Yes. Associate Professor and HOD of Law at Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Gwalior. His scholarly address on multidisciplinary human rights will deepen our discourse. Let's see applaud generally, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this general introduction. And respected chair, honorable guests, distinguished scholars, fellow academicians, researchers, and the students that have joined us. I am very to be the part of this the broader arrangement that's been made for the sensitization of the rights of women and the gender justice. That's a very vast topic that's been decided by the management, and I really applaud and I give appreciations to the management for this remarkable establishment that you have created. And I'm also feeling deeply honored to address this August gathering. And so the theme in line is very constitutional in nature, in its very heart, and its very core. And it coincides with the democracy, it coincides with human dignity, and it's in itself is the journey of the social transformation that India has witnessed since a very long period of time, especially before independence and after independence. So my speech shall be, I have orchestrated my speech into three major parts. First, women in the Indian freedom struggle. Second, the women and the making of Indian Constitution. And the third one is post-independent India, the women as guardian of constitutional values. So the topic that I have chosen that coincides with the gender justice theme is with the constitutional nuances and the role of women that they have played in the development of India. Right. So when we see women in the Indian freedom struggle, we can see that women lived and practiced resistance against structured injustice. That's the British monarchy, the British anarchy, we can say. Yes, it was profoundly political in nature, and from Rani Lakshmi Bai, then Begum Rokeya, and who have challenged the educational exorcism against the women, and the exclusion of women from the educational institutions during the British reign, and from Sarojini Naidu, and who mobilizes masses, and through her poetry and politics, and from Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay, who has reimagined women's participation in public life. So these are the names that's been unmentioned over a very long period of time, but it's the very apt stage where we can commemorate their contribution towards the freedom struggle. Yes, women participated in organizing satyagrahas, in organizing sabhas, where the political scholars, where the political activists, where the people in general, they have participated against the Britishers, against the anarchists, and these women played the role of leaders in the movement. They've been held as prisoners, and most of these women were unnamed, and they were not mentioned for a long period of time. And but in true sense, these were the architects of nationalist thought. And so I once again congratulate this platform who have given the recognition, who have given the name to those women who had participated in the national struggle. So on the outset, in the second phase of my speech, I want to give the commemoration to the women who acted as silent architects of equality during the making of our constitution. Shri Hansa Mehta ji, who gave the who reimagined basically the language of equality, influences from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and insisted that all human beings replaced the earlier phrase, the narrow phrase of the men. So Shri Hansa Mehta ji, she had a very bold role to play in the making of the constitution. Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, we all know that she championed for the health, the dignity, and the social welfare, the inclusion of these terms within the constitutional framework. Durgabai Deshmukh ji, who had emphasized social justice and education as tools of empowerment. So these are the women whose name we don't often read, or we don't often recite while we discuss the contributions in the making of our Indian Constitution. So in this part of my speech, I give the commemoration to those women. Substantive equality within the Article 14, non-discrimination Article 15, protective discrimination under Article 15, social justice through directive principles. These were the major contributions of these women during the making of Indian Constitution. So in the third and the last part of my speech, I want to give credit to the women in the post-constitution era as the guardian of constitutional values. We know that women are now participating in all the constitutional frameworks, all the constitutional organs like judiciary, legislative, academics, and their active role is very pertinent in the development of this nation. We have even judges in the Supreme Court. We have even judges in the High Courts. And whether it be Hindu code reform, whether it be dowry prohibition laws, whether it be protection of women from domestic violence, whether it be sexual harassment jurisprudence, everywhere the contribution of women cannot be ignored. And Vishakha case be there, Navtej Johar be there. Everywhere the contribution of women and their representation is very pertinent, and we cannot ignore that. We must celebrate it. So on the offset, I wanted to include these portions within my speech, and I know the time is limited, and I don't want to get in detail with those things. Thank you so very much. I'm deeply honored you have given me a platform to share my thoughts, and thank you all so very much. Thank you to the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir spoke about the significant role of women leaders during the period of British rule in India. He highlighted Rani Lakshmibai, Sarojini Naidu, who played a crucial role in national politics, and further mentioned Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, who contributed to social and political reforms, and their contribution laid a strong foundation for gender justice equity in India. Thank you so much, sir. Then, in the spirit of leadership, we welcome Yashpal Singh Tomar, Chairman of Mahatma Gandhi College of Law, Gwalior. His presidential address will chart our course towards equitable futures. Thunderous applause, please, sir. Please, sir.
Very good afternoon to all the participants from India, and greetings to Dr. Elizabeth, Dr. Hema, and all the participants from abroad. I thank the organizers for giving me a chance to speak. It's more academic discussion. However, I might want to say something on this. Coming from a background of yogis, my father had been one, and I had the chance of learning about yoga and about the various Indian systems of knowledge. Uh, so we have a different perspective on things and on the very outset, I would say that it's a shame that we keep talking about gender bias again and again and again. It's been so long. We are a civilized society, and we have not been able to bring half of this humanity into the mainstream, or at least changed our mindset. Like Professor Elizabeth said, that it's a question of mindset. And in so many years, we have not been able to uh, bring this disparity to naught. We have not been able to tackle it. So I think that as a member of humanity, first of all, I want to apologize to all the ladies present here that somewhere we have failed as a man, as a part of the society, as a human being. Somewhere we have failed to bring dignity to so many people all over the world. I agree that there are a few societies which are prosperous, progressive, and they have been able to cultivate a sense of equality, perhaps in the UK, perhaps wherever it may be. But in most of the societies today, we have failed to bring dignity to the women. And I think that there are a lot of reasons why we have failed and why we have to talk about it again and again. Uh, from my perspective, I always like to think that a problem has three dimensions. And the first is the physical dimension, the world that we live in, the body, and the physicality of the whole thing. And then the next is the mental, which is a product of all these socio religious issues, moral issues, and whatever we are taught from the society and imbibed right from childhood. We learn and we subscribe to those ideas. And the third aspect is the spiritual aspect of any system, any problem. So, without tackling all these three aspects, it will be very difficult to eliminate the bias that we have, not only with regards to womankind, but with regard to almost everything, whether be it the right opportunity, equal opportunity to work, dignity of women, or any other gender for that matter. Dr. Richa said something about males being subjected to a bias, but sorry, Dr. Richa, but I still feel that the major focus is that the womenkind of this world are definitely not at par. There was a lot of talk in the United Nations as well some time back that they had to bring their house in order first. So they wanted that, when the UN is talking about it, why not the UN should have gender parity? And they worked for it for several years. And I think 2020 is what the target was. But I wonder if it is still there in all the departments. So what we are seeing is that all over the world, there's a lack of enough metal, enough work, enough strength to go ahead with this, solving this problem. Now, physical problems are, if you think of the physical plane, the first plane that is biological, and we have always treated, or we have sort of, portrayed, it's a narrative, of course, and we have always portrayed the women to be fragile and weak. Uh, Now, it's a narrative, it's not the truth. Biologically, everyone knows that women are more powerful in terms of their genetics. And so, definitely, they're not weak. So, why this narrative has been set? And now this narrative has to be, demolished. So, there is work on that aspect. Biologically speaking, I think in the future, and science and genetics knows that if a woman, I was reading an article somewhere in Scientific American, and that it said that if women wanted, they could have offspring without the need for a male. And it was just a play of genetics, and genetics is very advanced today. And we can imagine of a world in which there would be no males, and there would be only females, and they would be able to produce through their genome alone. So biologically, I don't think that there is anything special in a male that will survive the humanity, so to say. But biologically also, we have to discover more things to establish that, again, it's a question of narrative. So most of the topics, most of the researches don't find their place in the proper journals. So this is one aspect. The mental aspect, as Dr. Elizabeth said, is the most important, because we live in a society which makes up the mind. And because there is another aspect to the mind which is internal, but that is a spiritual aspect that very few people are able to cultivate. That is where, I feel that getting involved in yoga and trying to understand the philosophical questions of God and what you are, where you come from, what is the nature, how is it created, all these things give you a spiritual kind of a foundation to bring the proper mindset. But if you do not have that spiritual inclination, I doubt that we can create the right mindset. However, we have to, you know, understand the mental systems which are created by the society and by religions, of course. And we see that there are certain religions or certain religious practices which may have inherent, uh, a weakness for not accepting women as equal to men. So that I think that religious renaissance is needed in order to bring about a positive change, so that this mental component is gone. I mean, the mental aspect changes. So far as the spiritual aspect is concerned, mankind as a whole have to, progress and understand what we are, what our place is in the universe, amongst the stars and the galaxies, and what we can achieve as a humankind, as a human race. And once we understand our place in this entire universe, then we can have a better role and we can unite in a better sense. I had a very interesting, rather in reading, or rather an interest in yoga, and right from my childhood, and that too on a particular philosophy, Indian philosophy called Dvaitvad, and that was the Sankhya. Sankhya has a Dvaitvad. It believes in a duality of the Purush and the Prakriti. So it has a polarity. So it doesn't believe in one God, or let's say one singularity. It says that there is a duality of Purush and a Prakriti, which is where a Purush is just a consciousness, stability, nothing else, and the Prakriti is the dynamic aspect of the entire universe. So the entire creation is made up of these two principles, and perhaps this duality, and without them both, there would be no universe, there would be no existence. So I do believe in this duality or the Sankhya philosophy, which gives me an interesting incentive to look at various things in life. And so therefore, I always say that unless and until we cultivate our morality, our spirituality, we will not have the right mindset. And unless we have the right mindset, we will not be able to produce the results on the ground. So it's a massive effort. It is not just those leaders, the spiritual leaders or of the society must participate in spearheading this revolution or this religious renaissance if they can, to uh, improve the inherent problems in each system that they have, in order to accommodate everyone at equal level. Every soul is equal, every creation is equal, and so much so that if we go into the deeper aspect of spirituality, all life forms, uh, animals, plants, any other kind of life forms, they are all embodied souls, and they have a right and a place in the universe, just like we have. Life is an interesting experience that we have for a shorter duration, not very long, maybe perhaps 100 years, but during that time, it's Dr. Elizabeth said that we should be very happy, we should love each other, we should try to create joy everywhere, and that can only be possible if we have mutual respect for everyone. Unless we have a mutual respect for any other life, we will not have the basic understanding about equality, and it will not be able to we will not be able to create any system, any law, any constitution, anything. We can just harp about it, but we will not be achieving it. So I would say that we first of all we need to kind of recognize or change those religions or those systems of thought who do not consider women as equals. So that's something that I have never been able to understand, how we have created such systems and how we are still living with them. So if we want to reach to a humanity 2.0, we have to we have to talk about development, we have to talk about equality and growth and universe. Then we must this is the first place where we must bring our thought process to and try to affect some kind of change. And I would cut it short and try to talk about what are the needs that we can do, what we need to do. So one is that the narrative that the people have set, making the woman fragile, weak, and therefore subjected systematically, subjected them to a lower economic status, or put them in a inferior place, or burden them with the kitchen work, things like that. So first of all, a counter narrative must be set. I'm very happy that people from all over the world are here. We are sitting and we are thinking about it, and we have to think again and again. And that's what I said. It's a shame that we have to think again and again and again and again. So, but let us do it. All the best wishes to everyone who is involved here, and all those researchers and lawmakers and thinkers and people in the HR, everyone. Let's do something in order to produce some change as quickly as we can. Bring a counter narrative, number one, and secondly, resolve to create a gender parity wherever we are. Like if you want a male child, I think you should prefer a female child also. And that is one thing. And I have a daughter, and I think daughters are greater than sons in any respect, at least equal to, if not greater. So in every talent. So what I want to say is that we have to bring gender parity at home, rather than talk about it in public. We must talk about, bring it, practice what we want to say. So we want to bring gender parity in our government, in our local government, in our institutions, in our education, everywhere, and in the kitchen as well. And next is the women empowerment. Now, for empowerment, I have I'm very happy that people like Elon Musk and they are doing something, creating robots and AI and all that. Now, the only positive aspect of AI that I'm seeing and robotics is that I'm waiting for the day when this new robot is going to replace all the women in the kitchen, so that you don't have to be in the kitchen. So there'll be a robot at least who will take care of this job of the kitchen, and women will get the final deliverance from the kitchen. And I want these robots to be very, very cheap. And I will, if anyone can talk to Elon Musk, they should be distributed free. All so this is one thing. And so I'm very positive that yes, AI might just bring that solution, that kitchen solution. And of course, we need a religious and a social renaissance everywhere in the world, and all the thought systems, belief systems, and all these, the leaders, the religious leaders, to bring dignity in their own thought process with respect to women. And fifthly, I would like to, imagine a world in which there is a spiritual growth. Time and again, we have had prophets, we have had leaders, we have had godmen who have come to the earth. In India, we have had so many avatars who have come and taught us right and wrong again and again. And because we tend to forget, and we deny, and we forget. So we need to have a spiritual growth which is needed. So I can only pray to God to give us all some kind of a spiritual insight, and and that can only happen when we have a self confidence, or let's say self respect. So every woman everywhere in the world, every man everywhere in the world, every person, every human being in the world must develop a self respect. And how we are going to do that? We must think that we are valuable, we are created by God, and therefore there is something special about us, and we must have that self-respect and self-journey, self-discovery. So this self-discovery is very important for our growth, spiritual growth. Only that will bring the true gender parity, or the honesty about accepting everyone, and the shift from the present primitive kind of a pathetic situation to a much better mankind. Of course, I always had this imagination that why, the crux of all this is economics, the money. And we've seen that the women did not have the leadership, or were never given the authority to spend the money, because they were not the kind of family leaders in the society. And so there was an economic problem with them. So how do you solve this economic situation? One is, of course, a simple way is to empower them with finances, and have all kinds of activities, groups, and whatever people imagine. But I also feel that we can, it's a very creative and a wishful thinking, that we should create a currency in this world in which there would be, not just the material possessions of the person like gold, silver, or things like that, to make to ascertain the value of the currency, but it would also, the currency should also include uh, the human goodness, the goodness that a person has, the evolution of that person in the society, the contribution of that person in the society. That should also be a weight for putting this value in the currency. So that the currency is not just economic, it is humane also. So it's human centric, and we have, so there's some kind of a currency that values human contribution, love and affection, the goodness, and apart from the material, the gold and the silver that weighs the money. So it's a far-fetched idea, but I had this thing, and I thought that maybe I can discuss it in this forum, and people can take it away from there. So I know it's whatever I have spoken is not about the law as such, but the foundation for making the society great and better. With that, I would like to end my speech here and congratulate everyone who has joined this and participated. And we promise that we will not only imbibe a few things from here and takeaways, but that we will continue to hold these conferences again and again, so that over a period of time we can produce some significant change. All the best to all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir emphasizes that gender justice and human rights are inseparable. He stated that human rights cannot be fully achieved unless equality, dignity, and fairness are ensured for all genders. Sir highlighted gender justice is a core aspect of human rights for biological women. Sir conclude that safeguard the rights of biological women, such as right to safety, health, education, work, leadership, is essential for a just society. Thank you so much, sir. To conclude this vibrant session, we call upon Dr. Mahendra Kumar, Secretary of the Conference and Associate Professor here at Mahatma Gandhi College of Law. His vote of thanks will be graduated into our tapestry. Warm apologies from his equals. Please, sir. 2 मिनट बस उनके मोबाइल में थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, बट 2 मिनट्स.
Why don't you give this time to someone else so that this discussion goes on?
So 1 minute, sir. Only 1 minute, sir. सर आ चुके हैं हमारे बीच, प्लीज सर, वोट ऑफ थैंक।
धन्यवाद सर सभी लोगों को, आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुख्य अतिथि एवं वरिष्ठ विद्वानगण, सम्मानित शोधकर्ता, देश विदेश से पधारे सभी प्रतिनिधित्वगण तथा इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन से जुड़े सभी गणमान्य सदस्य, आज के इस सफल एवं ज्ञानवर्धक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन समापन अवसर पर मुझे आप सभी के प्रति हार्दिक ज्ञापन एवं सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो रहा है। सर्वप्रथम हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि एवं विशिष्ट अतिथियों का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने अपने बहुमूल्य समय से हमें गौरवान्वित किया और अपने विचारों एवं अनुभवों से इस सम्मेलन को नई दिशा प्रदान की। मैं उन सभी देशी विदेशी वक्ताओं एवं विधि विशेषज्ञों के प्रति विशेष आभार ज्ञापित करता हूं, जिन्होंने मानवाधिकार, जेंडर जस्टिस जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर अपने शोध एवं विचार विश्लेषण हमारे साथ साझा किए। आपके योगदान से सम्मेलन वास्तव में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक सार्थक बन पाया है। मैं अपने संस्थान महात्मा गांधी कॉलेज की ओर से वोट ऑफ थैंक प्रदान करता हूं। धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। अब हमारे बीच जितने भी पेपर प्रेजेंटर हैं, वो उनका पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन किया जाएगा, जो कि सौम्या गुप्ता मैम के द्वारा किया जाएगा। प्लीज सौम्या मैम।
थैंक यू मैम।
जितने भी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन वाले पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, वो रेडी रहें। पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए उनको 3 से 4 मिनट दिया जाएगा। 3 से 4 मिनट में आपको अपने पेपर प्रेजेंट करने हैं। सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स रेडी रहें।
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Soumya Gupta, Assistant Professor at Mahatma Gandhi College of Law and Research Center, Gwalior. Warmly welcome all the participants to today's International Conference on Human Rights and Gender Justice in the 21st century. We are delighted to have you with us. I would like to respectfully invite our esteemed judge, Mrs. Nidhi Kastwar. She is Assistant Professor in GH Ralsoni Skill Technology, University Nagpur, to take her charge of this session. We are honored to have you with us, and we look forward to your valuable observations, insight, and fair assessment, which will greatly enrich this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone gathered here. Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
audible.
Yes.
Audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone gathered here, and thanks to the organizing committee, Ankita ma'am, the Mahatma Gandhi College of Law, Social Science and Management Welfare Association for inviting me and opening this conference for such an important issue, so that we all can discuss and deliberate. Such issue needs the society's attendance not only in the matter of legal reforms but also socially and psychologically. we always talk about statistics and inequalities without lifting the veil of the society and understanding the actual problems which lies there. The question is that why we need. आज का सवाल ये है कि हमें ये जरूरत क्यों पड़ रही है ये सब करने की, right? The question is that there is strong law, there is educated citizen, growing awareness, but still we are talking on these kind of issues. Law होने के बावजूद, educated citizen होने के बावजूद और growing awareness होने के बावजूद भी आज हमें ये सारी चीजों पे बात करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि जो कानून है वो उस चीज को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा है कि क्या एक महिला, क्या एक आदमी और क्या एक ट्रांसजेंडर अपने ही घर में सेफ है या नहीं है, अपने खुद के घर में, दूसरों बाहर की तो छोड़ ही दो, क्या वो अपने घर में ही सेफ है कि नहीं है। तो ये सारी चीजों पे ध्यान देने की बहुत जरूरत है। जेंडर जस्टिस मतलब जेंडर जस्टिस नीड्स लॉज, बट हमें एक ऑनेस्ट इंट्रोस्पेक्शन की भी बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है, क्योंकि आज हम जब प्राइवेसी प्रोटेक्ट करने की बात कर रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरे इश्यूज भी ऐसे हैं टेक्नोलॉजिकल एरा में जिनको हमें प्रोटेक्ट करने की बहुत जरूरत पड़ रही है। So there is high need to predict, regulate and control rather than to cure the problem जो कि already arise हो चुकी है सिटीजन में। तो अगर कंट्री में अगर हम पहले ही उसको प्रिडिक्ट कर लें, रेगुलेट कर लें, कंट्रोल कर लें, तो हमें उस चीज को क्योर नहीं करनी पड़ेगा। और वो कौन कर सकता है? वो वी ऑल रिसर्चर्स कैन डू इट। अगर हम रिसर्चर्स साथ में आके ग्राउंड रियलिटी को सामने लेके आएंगे सोसाइटी के सामने, तभी सोसाइटी उस चीज को महसूस कर पाएगी और समझ पाएगी और उस चीज को रेगुलेट कर पाएगी। जहां तक हम ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात करते हैं, तो नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन के पास कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्टेटस नहीं है, उसके पास ऑटोनॉमी नहीं है, इंडिपेंडेंस नहीं है। जब तक हम वो नहीं देंगे तब तक उसके हाथ बंधे हुए हैं और वो भी हमारे ह्यूमन राइट्स को उस तरीके से प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर सकता जैसे कि जरूरत है। और उसके अलावा ह्यूमन राइट्स स्टार्ट विद हाउ वी ट्रीट द पीपल, मतलब हमारे बगल में खड़ा हुआ इंसान हम उसको किस तरीके से ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, उस पर डिपेंड करता है कि हम ह्यूमन राइट्स को किस तरीके से प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे। वैसे ही जेंडर जस्टिस भी स्टार्ट होती है कैसे हम अपने आप को चैलेंज करते हैं, किस तरीके से रिफॉर्म लाते हैं, और वो रिफॉर्म्स तभी मैटर कर पाएंगे, तभी इम्प्लीमेंट हो पाएंगे जब हम अपने बिहेवियर में चेंजेस लाएंगे, जब हम सोसाइटी में चेंज लाएंगे। क्योंकि चेंज स्टार्ट होता है सोसाइटी से और तभी जाके एक लीगल रिफॉर्म जो है वो प्रॉपरली एग्जीक्यूट हो पाता है। सो मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत बेस्ट ऑफ लक बोलना चाहूंगी। ऑल द बेस्ट टू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स हु हैव पार्टिसिपेटेड इन द कॉन्फ्रेंस। आप लोग बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट करो और कुछ रिफॉर्म हमारे सामने लेके आओ ताकि हम सोसाइटी को कुछ दे पाए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के थ्रू। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. We now move to the most important segment of our event, the paper presentation session. I invite all the participants who are presenting their paper today to kindly get ready. Each presenter will be given 3 minutes for their presentation, followed by a brief question and answer. I request everyone to keep their presentation concise and within the allotted time. Before we begin, I request everyone to kindly mute their microphones to avoid there any disturbance. Now, I would like to invite our first presenter, author Dr. Diksha Bhadoria, and co-author Dr. Kavita Agrawal, ma'am. The screen is yours, ma'am.
Just a moment, team, there is some technical issue with my laptop. I'm joining with another laptop. Please join me from there. Please add me from there.
Okay. Diksha Bhadoria, Dr. Kavita Agrawal, ma'am. Present है? तो मैं नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट को बुलाइए।
Okay. Now, I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Jajveer Singh, sir. Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
the scene is yours.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Jajveer Singh. My presentation topic is Ayurveda as a foundation for human rights, gender justice, and the dignified healthcare in the 21st century, a multidisciplinary perspective. And the abstract of this study, the 21st century demand of equitable, inclusive, and the culturally sensitive healthcare, and the Ayurveda strengthening the human rights and the gender justice and mixed method study, that is the N is equal to 300, and confirm the increase of the women's empowerment, improve psychological well-being, and enhance the dignity in healthcare and higher perception of the equity and inclusive, and the Ayurveda data provide of the medical system plus ethic framework for social justice. The introduction of this study, that the human rights and the gender justice, that is the pillar of the civilized society, and persistent gap of the gender-based health, and lack of the low-cost preventive model, and neglect of the reproductive and psychological need, and Ayurveda offer of the non-discriminatory healing of the philosophy, and that of the by the Ayurveda in the human rights and the gender justice, that of the holistic and the preventive healthcare tradition, and support of the health as of a universal right, and recognize the biological and gender diversity without of the hierarchy, and the enhance the dignity, compassion, and equality, and build the justice of the inclusive and the community-centric healthcare model, and the core Ayurvedic principles support of the rights, that of the Ayurveda value, that of the swasthasya swastharakshan, that of the right of the preventive healthcare, and that is of the equality and the social justice, and the respect of the biological diversity, and the right to the mental well-being, and the Ayurveda and the right of the health, that of the health provide of the physical, mental, and social, and the spiritual well-being, and the low-cost accessible preventive model, and the community health for the vulnerable group, and focus on the dignity and the autonomy in the healthcare system, and gender justice through the Ayurveda, that of the note of the hierarchy, and that is also proud of the gender diversity, customizing the healthcare respect of the biological need, and psychological and emotional well-being of the protagonist, and the mental health and the human right, that of the sattvaja, that of the mind of the strengthening the therapy of the meditation, and the pranayama, that of the emotional silence, and the herbal support for the anxiety, insomnia, and the stress, and the right of the mental peace and the inner dignity. And the problem statement of this study, that of the persistence of the gender inequality in the healthcare, and limited access to the preventive and culturally relevant healing model, and lack of the reproductive and the mental health priority, and human right violation in the healthcare spaces, and insufficient human-centered of the healthcare policy, and the aim and the objective study to explore the higher Ayurveda promote of the human right and the gender justice by ensuring the equitable access to the holistic and dignified the healthcare, and the objective that also provide assessment between the Ayurveda and the human right question, and the view of the Ayurveda role in the women empowerment, and analyze of the clinical, psychological, and social benefit, and propose the multidisciplinary model for the policy integration. That these are the literature inside that used in this study, that also WHO, Sharma, and Patwardhan, Singh, and Kaushik. And these are the hypotheses of the study, that of the alternative hypothesis H1, that is the Ayurvedic intervention significantly improve the aspiration of the equality, dignity, and the empowerment, and null hypothesis, that is the Ayurveda has no significant
Sir,
impact.
please conclude. Vijay, time is over. Please, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. These are the research methodology used, that is the approach of the mixed method, and the sample sizes N is equal to 300, and the tool that of the survey, clinical assessment, and interview, and 8 weeks of the duration, and analysis by the descriptive correlation for size and ANOVA test user, and these are the profile of the participant, male and the female, and these are the pre and post result of this study, that of the psychological well-being, that of the pre-result, that 32.4, and that is increase of the post of 44.6, that of the health equity, and the gender empowerment, that is improve more than of the 35% of the across of the governments, and these are the statistical tests resulting of the correlation chi-square and the ANOVA test, and these are the key result of the better psychological balance and increase in the health dignity restriction, and the rise of the women-centric decision, and higher confidence and the social perception, and these are the outcome, and these are the policy recommendation of this study, and the future scope, that of the Ayurveda and the yoga in the school and the university, and Ayurveda for the wellness and the marginalized group, and global integration model for the gender sensitive healthcare, and the discussion of the study that the human right of required of the equitable healthcare assess and Ayurveda provide of the low cost curative sensitive and non-disciplinary, and much of the medical healing group for dignity and the empowerment. And these are the conclusion of the study that the Ayurveda is not only a science of the disease, it is a human rights centered philosophy that protect of the health, dignity, equality, and the justice. And when integrated into the national and the global healthcare policy, Ayurveda can be shape of the human, inclusive, and the fair society in the
Please
country.
conclude कीजिए sir जल्दी.
Yeah, हो गया मैम, conclude हो गया. These are the references used in my study, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Sir, the screen is yours. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir, are you here?
Next,
Okay. So I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Jeevan Vignesh. Sir,
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
the screen is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm D. Jeevan Vignesh, PhD research scholar from Tirupati Saradar College. Today, I'm going to present a topic called Navigating Precarious Work, Current Livelihood and Social Security Challenges for Sanitation Workers. Sanitation workers is vital, undervalued part of India's public health system, especially in Tamil Nadu. Workers involved in waste collection, sewage cleaning, and street sweeping face toxic environments, low wages, and limited social security. This plays an essential role in maintaining hygiene and preventing disease. The nature of my study is this paper is completely theoretical and descriptive research article based on secondary literature and conceptual frameworks. It does not employ empirical data and statistical analysis. The major important objectives of my study to analyze the major livelihood vulnerabilities faced by sanitation workers in the study area and to examine the extent of social security and insecurity faced by sanitation workers in the study area. The major importance of the study, the research contributes to the logic description on social justice and labor rights by highlighting their obstacles. Understanding their livelihood experience is critical, not just for increasing their economic stability, but also for promoting human dignity and equality. Here I have used three theoretical framework based on three important frameworks for the theoretical foundation. The first one is social exclusion theory, the livelihood vulnerability framework, human rights based approach. The study employs social exclusion theory to examine how structural disparities exacerbate social instability and prevent inclusion into mainstream society. For sanitation workers, this framework helps to explain economic and occupational insecurity they face as a result of irregular income, health risk, and lack of social safety networks. Their livelihood are frequently based on informal contracts, seasonal labor, and a lack of institutional assistance, increasing their vulnerability to poverty and marginalization. Using this model, the study determines the level of vulnerability and areas where policy intervention might improve livelihood security and resilience. Human rights-based approach. The human rights-based approach is utilized in the studies to emphasize the vulnerability of sanitation workers as a result of systematic neglect and refusal to acknowledge their labor rights. Addressing this difficulty necessitates not only social programs, but also structural reforms that promote justice, equity, and human dignity. The major important findings that highlight skill development and mechanization training, reduce occupational hazards, and improve job mobility. Capacity building combined with the digital and literacy trainings enhance long-term empowerment. Psychological empowerment programs improve collective bargaining and rights association. Caste and gender remain major predictors of insecurity, with women facing greater vulnerability. Income inequalities across caste groups, economic and social vulnerability. Um, this comprehensive study on livelihood vulnerabilities and social insecurity among sanitation workers in Tamil Nadu combines theoretical and policy-based approach to cover long-standing structural inequalities faced by sanitation workers. These findings confirm that while welfare boards, legislative changes, and mechanization measures have resulted in minor gains in income stability and workers' workplace safety, structural inequity and social exclusion endure. This research shows that sanitation workers continue to experience economic insecurity, health concerns, and caste-based discrimination, with women facing additional level of gender vulnerability. The inadequacy of social security coverage and delayed welfare payouts, uneven execution of protection laws, and all threaten the long-term ability of preventive measures. So these are the major challenges faced by sanitation workers in Tamil Nadu. So thank you for this opportunity. This is my presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
I
you
have
for
a
your
question.
presentation.
I have a question from Mr. Jeevan, that how
Yes, ma'am.
effective have rehabilitation and social security scheme been in practice?
No, ma'am. In Tamil Nadu, government has implemented a lot of schemes for women sanitation workers as well as sanitation workers. But the sanitation workers are generally equipped in a contractual manner. In this contractual manner, they can't able to get healthcare benefits, health center, insurance, that kind of benefits from government side, since they were in contract manner or temporary manner. For registered employees, for permanent sanitation workers, the government allocating some kind of funds to get proper safety equipments. For contract workers, they can't able to provide that kind of activities. So our government need to give essential things to prevent them from facing toxic antigens, and they need to give proper safety equipments with sanitation workers to improve their livelihood and social security, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Jeevan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Ma'am Anita Power, to present their paper. Ma'am, the screen is yours. Anita Power.
अनीता पाव मैम प्रेजेंट है. नेक्स्ट.
Okay. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Naveen Kumar sir, to present their paper. Sir, the screen is yours.
Namaskar, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Naveen Kumar, Assistant Professor of Public Administration from the Government College of Tosham, Haryana. Today, I'm going to present the topic over economic oppression of women in the unorganized sector. All of us know that what is an oppression. An oppression basically is a set of activities that may lead us to the goal or may not. An oppression will be a successful one or not. It doesn't matter, but it basically comprises of the various kind of activities. So when we talk about the women activities related to their economic empowerment, then it becomes very important whether they are working in an organized way or an unorganized way. Mostly, there is an irony that 97% of our women are employed in an unorganized sector. Then what is an unorganized sector? Basically, an unorganized sector is a sector comprising of workforce which is not covered under the statutory laws and which doesn't have formal agreements or contracts between an employer or an employees. And usually recently, most of the organizations have commonly accepted that those organizations or enterprises having more than 10 employees are to be considered as organized enterprises, whereas the rest of the one are unorganized. Now, let me give some data related to the rising female participation in the unorganized sector. Recently, in 2017-18, that survey says that 21% of our female were engaged in an unorganized sector. Like 21% of our women are engaged in the workforce as a labor or any kind of agriculture or allied services. Whereas in the 2023 and 24, almost 35% of the ladies are engaged, women are engaged in various kind of workforce, out of which 97% are in an unorganized society. So where do they work? Like in the unorganized society, unorganized sector, where the women work? Usually, most of the women work either in the domestic and care work. Domestic work means all the kitchen work, mopping, flooring, and taking care of their children, elders, etc. is a part of unorganized sector only. Then the women are mostly exposed. Basically, the major sector of their exposure is agriculture and allied work. that agriculture work may be in their own agriculture fields or as a laborer in the others agriculture fields, dairying, farming, then fishing and all those things. Like these are unorganized sector where the most of the women are engaged in. Then home-based activities, like they work as a laborer in others' house, they go there and they do some household works in the neighborhood or in some other societies. So mostly women are exposed on the various kinds of unorganized fields. So, but what is more achievable thing here, what is more lacking thing here is that for the same kind of work, our women are earning 67% of the wages for against their counterparts, whereas a man achieves or gathers a wage of 100 rupees for the same work, a lady or a woman gets only 67 rupees for the same work. This is an irony, this is the tragedy that our women are suffering with. So now let me just introduce about what are the various conditions and the constraints through which they are.
Please conclude, Karen, sir. Please, time is over.
Ji ma'am, long working hours, they are having unfair work environment, they are exposed to harassment, social security gaps are there, there are no pensions, no maternity benefits, no social security code benefits, like, and now there are some schemes which are already available, but those schemes are not able to address the various issues related to the women. Like e-Shram portal is there, where more than 30 crore people are registered. Labor code is there. Recently, 2020, this social security code have come. Now it has been implemented with effect from 1st December only. Now let us see whether it can make some difference or not on this topic. So there are various kinds of challenges that our women are facing, and as a suggestion we can say that first of all we must have a good data measurement system. Then their productivity must be raised, they must be respected, they have to work on and off the field, they have to work in their home also, so their working hours are prolonged, they are stressed, they are distressed, their social security code is not it is not covering them fully. So there are various kinds of the steps that can be taken by the government
Please
as well as
conclude it fast.
nice. Our society needs to give a respect and recognize their work, their ethics, their economic conditions must be boosted. And with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Priyanka Patel.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
The screen is your, ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 minute, please. I'm sharing my screen.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm unable to share my PPT. Why, I don't know.
No.
Please share.
Please share your PPT.
Yes, I have already sent through an email, but here I'm unable to share on my screen.
Continue without PPT.
Will it be okay?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. I'm presenting my paper. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priyanka Patel. I am working as an assistant professor in Cherukuri University of Science and Technology, Changa. I'm extremely thankful for organizing this wonderful conference and giving me the opportunity to present my research paper titled The Economic Role of Women in Post-Colonial Text, Transitioning from Dependency to Empowered Decisions. Post-colonial Indian literature offers a rich landscape to study how women navigate oppression and gradually carve out spaces of agency. Through short stories by writers like Tagore, Premchand, Narayan, Manto Mulkraj Anand, and Babani Bhattacharya, we see how everyday struggles shape women's emotional, social, economic identities. These narratives reveal a shift from dependency rooted in patriarchy to empowerment, achieved through work, education, decision-making, and emotional resilience. My study had 5 key objectives: to examine how women's labor and economic roles are represented, to trace the movement from economic dependence to autonomy, to understand the impact of income, work, and education on empowerment, to identify barriers rooted in culture, class, caste, and patriarchy, to explore how literature critiques and reshapes gender ideologies. This is a qualitative interpretative study based on close reading of selected short stories using a post-colonial feminist framework. I especially focus on themes such as gender labor, domesticity, mobility, patriarchy, and selfhood. The methodology also includes contextual interpretation and comparative analysis across the text. First, Tagore's women, emotional and economic agency. So Tagore's stories capture the subtle ways in which women negotiate economic and emotional operation. In Stilpatra, Miriam's declaration, "I will not return," becomes an act of reclaiming economic and emotional autonomy. In Punishment, Chandara's silence is resistance to patriarchal system that uses women as disposable labor. In The Broken Nest, Charulata's creativity symbolizes unrealistic economic potential. Overall, Tagore shows that dignity and decision-making are deeply intertwined. Now I would like to talk about Anand, Premchand, and Narayan. Their stories are about survival, labor, and everyday agency. Mulk Raj Anand foregrounds poverty, caste, and labor, women's daily struggle for food, survival, and dignity becomes a form of silent resistance. Premchand in Kafan and Godan exposes how women's work is central yet undervalued. Danya's labor gives her moral authority even in hard circumstances. R.K. Narayan portrays small acts of resource management, negotiation, and resilience, showing that empowerment also operates in everyday domestic economies. Across all these stories, women's empowerment is gradual, negotiated, and often painful. Rooted in work, paid or unpaid, it is totally connected to emotional dignity and the right to choose, reshaped by caste, class, community, and marriage. Economic empowerment in this text is not just about money, but about voice, respect, mobility, and self-definition. This text shows that even small acts, leaving a home, refusing to testify, managing limited resources, seeking education, become forms of resistance. Women challenge patriarchal systems not always through dramatic rebellion, but through everyday decisions. Literature thus becomes a powerful archive that records women's struggle and reimagines possibilities. Yes, ma'am, I'm concluding. For gender justice. So to conclude, the selected post-colonial stories reveal that women begin in structures for dependence. Through labor, resilience, and decision-making, they move toward empowerment. Economic agency is multi-dimensional, involving psychological, social, and ethical transformation. These narratives collectively affirm that economic empowerment is the foundation of dignity, identity, and selfhood. So thank you so much, and thank you once again to the conference organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Vivek Kumar Dwivedi, sir, to present their paper. Sir, are you there? Vivek Kumar Dwivedi, sir. Next, now I would like to invite our next presenter, Manjesh Kumar Bharti. Manjesh Kumar Bharti.
Next.
The next presenter is Akanksha.
Mr. Murli Krishna.
Yes. Murli
Yes,
Krishna.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. I am sharing my screen.
Okay, sir.
जितने भी प्रेजेंटर हैं वो तैयार रहे, रेडी रहे। नाम अनाउंस किया जा चुका है, वो भी रेडी रहे। अगर उन आ जाते हैं बीच में तो एक बार अपना नाम बता दें और आ जाए, है ना?
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries present here. I am Murali Krishna K, working as an assistant professor in Vivekananda College of Education, Puttur, Karnataka.
My topic is stories that shape us, unmasking hidden gender messages in school textbooks. So, as I'm working in the teacher education field, I have selected this topic for my research study. The introduction. School textbooks exert a quite but powerful influence on how young learners begin to interpret the world. Beyond their academic content, textbooks provide the children with the early models, how individuals behave, communicate, and interact within a society. But many textbooks intentionally or not continue to circulate ideas that align boys with the agency and visibility, and girls with the caregiving and or supportive roles. This is how I identified the problem in other sources that have already conducted some of the studies in this related area. The main objective of my study to systematically identify patterns of gender representation in school textbook content, to compare these gender patterns across different subjects and grade levels, to interpret the findings through the theoretical frameworks of the hidden curriculum and social learning, and to propose actionable recommendations for creating gender inclusive educational materials and practices. So, in literature study, in related literature, I have found these studies. So, it is not only a problem in India, and even other countries also having same type of problem that needs to be improved in order to maintain the gender equality. And some theoretical framework also present in with regard to this study, like Bandura's theory related to social learning. This also says that students learn more in social conditions. And methodology, I followed qualitative documentary research design using content analysis, a systematic examination of textbook content, both textual and visual materials, in order to identify gendered patterns of representation is done. For the sample, a purposive sample of school textbooks from different subject areas and educational levels. Study draws on examples from research conducted in other countries to enrich the comparative perspective. And for data collection, textbooks were examined for multiple dimensions of gender representation, such as language used, or the terminology, imagery and illustrations, narrative roles, context, and subject-specific roles, and career depictions, cultural and societal norms. In all these areas, I have collected the data. And while analyzing the data, I found that there are patterns of representation, like male characters tend to dominate both text and imagery with far greater frequently and compared to female characters. This reinforces the impression that public life, innovation, and leadership are largely male domains. And the second one is role assignments and behavioral expectations. A consistent theme across subjects is the pairing of men with the professional or community-based roles, and women with the domestic or caregiving roles, such as portrayals transmit implicit expectations about gender responsibilities. And the third one is leadership and agency. In this area also, male-centered attribute in most textbooks examined. Related study also quoted here. And the next one is the hidden curriculum at work. So over the time, students may internalize these messages that they are studying in textbooks, viewing stereotypical roles as natural or inevitable. Such early conditioning can affect their confidence, career choices, and even self-concept also can be affected because of this. These are some of the pictures I have mentioned here. These are selected from different textbooks, NCTB textbook, and one more here I have selected a report from UNESCO. Here also you can see in the text material gender-based roles are represented, and even pictures also related to a specific gender. They are assigning certain roles, maybe with the knowledge or without knowledge. They have quoted this type of text. And how we can improve the problem, improve our classroom conditions. So curriculum revision for gender sensitivity, this need to be done, and the inclusion of female agency and diverse identities. Teacher awareness and critical pedagogy need to be understood, and supplementary materials and diverse resources, and policy level guidelines and monitoring. These are the implications we can apply in our system. So finally, I conclude that patterns of underrepresentation of women repeated across subjects and grade levels. This contribute to a hidden curriculum that shapes how children think about gender long before they encounter critical discussions on equality. So teachers must adopt strategies to challenge stereotypical portrayals, and policymakers should ensure that inclusivity is a fundamental criterion in curriculum revisions. By these words, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
The question that how do textbook reinforce or challenge gender stereotype?
Actually, children are not aware of these things, but as a teacher, we maybe by knowing these things or without knowing, through the textbooks, we are trying to impose gender based roles, because in the textbooks, whatever given, we are giving it to the students. So without knowledge also, students are studying these things, and they are not thinking critically about this, because they are having very limited knowledge in the early ages. But as a teacher, we need to bring some changes in the textbooks. So policymakers also need to think about this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Hari Om Kumar, sir, to present their paper. Sir, the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you.
इसके बाद आकांक्षा रावत रेडी रहें, इनके बाद उनका प्रेजेंटेशन रहेगा.
I am visible and audible.
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to all, to my respected dignitaries, professors, and dear participants. Myself, Hari Om Kumar, working as Assistant Professor of Law at Biswanath Singh Institute of Legal Studies, Munger University. Today, I am here to present my topic. From all human beings to gender-neutral laws, reimagining Hansa Mehta vision for today's. Now we want to start, if we see, we try to revisit the legacy of Hansa Mehta, her insistence on replacing all men with all human beings in the UDHR remind us that right must belong to every person without exclusion. Although the Indian Constitution guarantees equality and dignity under section 14, 15, 21, many of our laws still follows outdated gender assumptions. In a rapidly changing society with diverse gender, identities and new forms of harms, this gap needs urgent attention. Now I want to start with my next slide, and here I have included. I want to start with the Hansa Mehta. She was one of the Indian representative in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When the draft said all men are born free and equal, she objected and said rights are not only for men, they are for all human beings. That one sentence changed global human rights language forever. We can see in the UDHR article 1. It shows India's early leadership were thought to inclusive rights. Now I want to move further on next slide 2, and here I have want to highlight in today's society is not limited to just men and women. We now legally recognize transgender person, and we are more aware of the male and LGBTQ victims of violence. But many of our laws still works on old gender assumptions. This creates gaps in protection. Now, in the next slide, I have mentioned the idea of in the UDHR, how UDHR influence. If we see the idea of all human beings directly influence our constitution, equality in India is not meant to be formal or symbolic. It means to be real and meaningful. Now, in this slide, I have mentioned, despite the constitutional guarantees, many laws are still gender specific. Here we see many of the rape laws recognize only for women as a victims. Domestic Violence Act protects only women. POS Act 2013 Act protects only women at workplace. This leaves many victims outside the legal system. Now, I want to draw an attention in some cases like Nalsa versus Union of India in the year of 2014. This case also recognized the Supreme Court recognized transgender person as a third gender and held that gender identity is an integral part of the personal dignity under Article 21. Next, if we see Justice K.S. Puttaswamy case of the year of 2017. In this case, also the court recognized the rights to privacy as a fundamental right. This judgment strengthened protection of personal choices, including gender identity, sexuality, and bodily autonomy. Now, if we see in the year of 2018, Navtej Singh Johar case versus Union of India. In this case, also the Supreme Court decriminalized the consensual same-sex relations and affirmed that constitutional morality must prevail, social morality, reinforcing equality and dignity for LGBTQ persons.
सर टाइम का प्लीज ध्यान रखें 3 मिनट्स दिए गए हैं तो 3 मिनट्स में कंक्लूड करें प्लीज सर
Yes. Now I want to conclude my topic by saying that Hansa Mehta contributions remind us that human rights were never meant to be limited by gender. While our constitution promises equality, dignity, and justice, many of our laws have not fully evolved with social realities. The need today is not to dilute women's protection, but to broaden our legal vision so that every individual, regardless of gender identity, is equally protected from harm. I want to say just one lines of Hansa Mehta. She said, human rights are not the rights of men alone, but of all human beings. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Ma'am, any questions?
I want to ask you, Mr. Harom, that are you for or against with the Supreme Court judgment in relation to right to marry of the LGBTQ committee? Are you with the judgment given by the Supreme Court or against the judgment given by the Supreme Court in relation to LGBTQ right to marry?
I want to say this is the vast disputed topic till now. But I want to say, if person are agrees to live together irrespective of their genders, they may allow to live together. It's my observation. Rest it will be decided by the Supreme Court and all concerned courts.
Okay, Mr. Harom.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Akanksha Rawat, to present their paper. Akanksha Rawat.
Hello, am I audible?
Akanksha.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon to all the people who are presented in this conference. Here we presented for a research paper. Our topic is let me start it again. Human rights and gender justice in the 21st century. So here I am presenting the role of youth, youth leadership and gender justice activism. This is what I have chosen in from the sub themes. So first of all, I would like to highlight the 21st century. So the 21st century represents a period of rapid transformation in global human rights discourse, where gender justice has become both a moral necessity and a constitutional promise. So, despite the progressive legal frameworks and international commitments, persistent challenges such as gender-based violence, cyber abuse, reproductive rights disputes, workplace discrimination, deep fake exploitation, and structural inequalities continue to impede through gender equality. In this evolving landscape, youth leadership has emerged as a powerful engine of activism, reshaping narratives, questioning institutional biases, and mobilizing communities through both digital and ground movements. So this paper examines how young activists, law students, digital influencers, community volunteers, and gender rights advocates are redefining gender justice through awareness campaigns, legal literacy, social media mobilization, and policy interventions. These are helping, I think. So the study evaluates the growing role of youth in movements inspired by landmark decisions. There are some cases I would like to highlight them. In them, it has evaluated the growing role of youth. So the first case is Bisakha versus State of Rajasthan in 1997. Which lead the Foundation for Workplace Harassment Guidelines in the workplace harassment. And another case, Lakshmi versus Union of India 2014. It addresses asset attack regulations. And another case, Nirbhaya case. Nirbhaya case was for asset attack regulations. And Mukesh and ANR NCT of Delhi 2007. This case about the Nirbhaya case, this leads to asset attack regulations and jurisprudence. About jurisprudence, I would like to tell about a case that is in Union of India 2018, decriminalizing homosexual same-sex relations. And Joseph Stein versus Union of India 2018, it has declared adultery law unconstitutional due to gender bias. And another case, that is Suchita Srivastava versus Chandigarh administration in 2009, it has clarified reproductive autonomy as a fundamental right. So these cases collectively influence youth-led activism by strengthening the legal vocabulary of equality, dignity, and bodily autonomy. I think these cases have highlighted the gender justice problems. The paper the paper further explores contemporary issues such as gender bias in artificial intelligence, increasing digital crimes against women, and unequal technology access, and online harassment faced by young activists themselves. Through an interdisciplinary approach grounded in human rights law, feminist jurisprudence, and real-time youth-driven movements, this research evaluates whether the energy and innovation of the younger generation can transform constitutional ideals into meaningful social reform. The paper ultimately concludes that sustainable gender justice in the 21st century depends not only on legal protection but on the collective activism, empathy, and leadership of youth who are driving a new era of equality. So I would like to conclude it that I only want that our youth should be should take the part in all these things. Like we only talk about human rights, we are talking about human rights and gender justice. So we don't have to only talk about human rights, but we have to be liable. I mean, if we have rights, then we will have to follow even our liabilities also. Only then we can work on the topic. This is the topic which needs action and work, not only just for rights. Thank you. I am Akansha Rawat. Dhanavad. If
Thank
there
you,
is any
Aksha, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
Akanksha, can you tell me that is there a need of law to for sexual harassment against men at workplace? Do you think that we need a law for sexual harassment of men, in workplace?
Of course, as we are talking about equality, then there should be both for even girls and boys, both are equal, and there should be some sections for man harassment also.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Praveen Kumar Singh, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the screen is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name Arvind Kumar Singh, research scholar, Faculty of Law, Agra College, Agra. My topic is evaluation of women's human rights in the 21st century, opportunity and challenges. The 21st century has witnessed significant progress in human rights, significant strength by improved legal framework, increasing public awareness, digital employment, global movement, advocating gender equality. Women now enjoy wider access to education, employment, healthcare, and political participation. Yet, alongside these opportunities, several challenges persist, such as gender-based violence, discrimination, wage inequality, culture barriers, and weak information of existing rights. Therefore, the evolution of women's human rights in this century reflect a blend of notable advancement and continued inequality. To examine these developments, the study adopts a mixed method research approach that integrated both qualitative and quantitative data. Secondary sources including UN report, legal documents, academic journals, and government publications form the core of the analysis. Additionally, primary insight may be gathering through interview questionnaires using purposive sampling data is analyzed through content analysis and basic statistical techniques, ensuring clarity and reliability. Ethical standards such as confidentiality and informed consent are strictly maintained. This methodology provides a comprehensive understanding of both the opportunity achieved and the challenges that continue to shape women's human rights in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Presentation. Now, I would like to invite the next presenter is Ms. Tanveer Gulab and Dr. L.V. Padma Rani Rao. Ma'am, are you there?
Next.
The next presenter is Dr. Priyanka Kumari. Dr. Priyanka Kumari. She is also not present.
Next who?
The next is Golator Ganpat Bhai, Karsan Bhai. Sir, are you present? The next presenter is Manthan Sharma. Manthan Sharma.
Are you present, Manthan Sharma?
He is also not present. Professor G. Mary Sunanda.
Are you present, Professor G. Mary Sunanda? No. Next.
The next presenter is Dr. A.K. Gehlot. Dr. A.K. Gehlot.
Are you present?
The next presenter is सर्वेश तिवारी सर।
यस मैम, नमस्कार। मेरी आवाज आ रही है मैम? हेलो
आवाज आ रही है।
मैम, पीपीटी वहां से शेयर हो जाएगी या मुझे ही करनी है?
आप ही को करनी है सर।
मैं प्रयास करता हूँ मैम, एक्चुअली में पहला प्रयास है।
जी सर, बिल्कुल।
एक मिनट मैम प्लीज।
सर 25।
मैं यहाँ से कर नहीं पा रहा हूँ मैम। एक्चुअली में मैं विदाउट पीपीटी के ही प्रेजेंट कर देता हूँ। ऐसे पीपीटी मैंने शेयर की हुई है।
ओके सर, आप विदाउट पीपीटी ही प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं सर।
जी जी मैम, धन्यवाद मैम। आज का यह आयोजन और लैंगिक न्याय की बात, मेरा पेपर का विषय है लैंगिक न्याय की दृष्टि से किशोर विद्यार्थियों के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य में मार्गदर्शन एवं परामर्श की भूमिका। पीएचडी शोधार्थी के रूप में एक प्रयास है, आपके आशीर्वाद के साथ में प्रस्तुत है। किशोरावस्था मनोवैज्ञानिक, भावनात्मक और सामाजिक विकास का अत्यंत संवेदनशील चरण है। इस अवधि में लैंगिक भूमिकाओं, सामाजिक अपेक्षाओं, व्यावहारिक दबावों का प्रभाव किशोर मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर गहराई से पड़ता है। लड़कियां असुरक्षा, सीमित स्वतंत्रता और रूढ़िगत अपेक्षाओं का सामना करती है, जबकि लड़कों को भावनाओं को दबाने और मर्दानगी की अपेक्षा तनावपूर्ण बना देती है। यह शोध शिक्षक आधारित दृष्टिकोण से विद्यालय परामर्श की भूमिका को विश्लेषित करता है। किशोरावस्था विकास का एक संवेदनशील चरण है। जैसा हम जानते हैं, विद्यालय में शिक्षक किशोरों के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को गहराई से प्रभावित करने वाली सबसे महत्वपूर्ण शक्ति है। वो मार्गदर्शक होता है, परामर्शदाता होता है और संवेदनशील निर्णयकर्ता होता है। अध्ययन का औचित्य एवं आवश्यकता आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करूं। विद्यालयों में ऐसी सेवाओं की अभी कमी है। लैंगिक असमानता से तनाव देखा गया है। शिक्षक की प्रथम भूमिका होती है। सामाजिक वर्जनाएं वर्तमान में मौजूद हैं। साथ में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों का मत जैसे WHO, यूनिसेफ, यूनेस्को के अनुसार लैंगिक असमानता मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को प्रभावित करने वाला प्रमुख सामाजिक कारक है। इस संदर्भ में अध्ययन के जो उद्देश्य निर्धारित किए गए, प्रभाव का आकलन करना, किशोर मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर लैंगिक असमानता के प्रभाव को समझना, भूमिका का विश्लेषण करना, शिक्षक आधारित मार्गदर्शन एवं परामर्श की प्रभावशीलता का अध्ययन करना, मॉडल का निर्माण, विद्यालयों के लिए लैंगिक संवेदनशील परामर्श प्रणाली विकसित करना एक उद्देश्य रहा। साहित्य समीक्षा की गई उपलब्ध शोध और सिद्धांतों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन यहाँ पर करने का प्रयास किया गया। शोध पद्धति के अंतर्गत गुणात्मक शोध दृष्टिकोण, जिसमें शिक्षक आधारित अनुभव, केस स्टडी, गहन अवलोकन, साहित्य समीक्षा को सम्मिलित किया गया। विभिन्न वैज्ञानिक सिद्धांतों के अध्ययन का प्रयास यहाँ किया गया। संबंधित साहित्य के कुछ प्रमुख उदाहरण आपके समक्ष रखूं। WHO 2021 के अनुसार लड़कियों में चिंता और अवसाद की दर अधिक है। लड़कों में आक्रामकता और जोखिमपूर्ण व्यवहार प्रमुखता से देखा गया। लैंगिक अपेक्षाएं मानसिक स्वास्थ्य परिणामों को सीधे प्रभावित कर रही हैं। यूनिसेफ 2020 का सर्वे कहता है कि निष्कर्ष के रूप में लैंगिक प्रतिबंध और असमान व्यवहार किशोरों की मानसिक क्षमता को कमजोर कर रहा है। समावेशी वातावरण मानसिक लचीलापन बढ़ाता है। यूनेस्को 2019 का अगर हम निष्कर्ष निकालें, विद्यालयों में लैंगिक समानता भावनात्मक सुरक्षा और शैक्षिक प्रदर्शन दोनों को बढ़ाती है। शिक्षा में समानता मानसिक कल्याण की नींव है। किशोरों में मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर लैंगिक प्रभाव का अगर हम चर्चा करें तो भावनात्मक चुनौतियां किशोरियों में असुरक्षा, भय, चिंता, संबंध और दबाव के रूप में देखी जाती है। किशोरों में भावनाओं का दमन करना, आक्रामकता प्रमुखता से नजर आती है। सामाजिक अपेक्षाएं किशोरियों में सीमित स्वतंत्रता, रूढ़िवादी नियंत्रण, पुरुषों में विशेषकर किशोरों में मर्दानगी का दबाव, प्रतिस्पर्धा। व्यावहारिक प्रभाव की बात करें तो किशोरियों में आत्मविश्वास में कमी, आत्मसंदेह। वहीं किशोरों में जोखिमपूर्ण व्यवहार, चिड़चिड़ापन। मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के पहलू की बात करें तो किशोरियों में अवसाद, सामाजिक अलगाव की भावना और किशोरों में तनाव, भावनात्मक दमन देखा जाता है। जब इस प्रभाव का विश्लेषित करें तो ये विश्लेषण दर्शाता है कि लैंगिक असमानताएं दोनों लिंगों के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को अलग अलग तरीकों से प्रभावित करती हैं और संवेदनशील परामर्श दोनों के लिए आवश्यक प्रतीत होता है। शिक्षक की भूमिका यहाँ अत्यंत परिवर्तनकारी है। शिक्षक संवेदनशील परामर्शदाता है। समानतामूलक वातावरण निर्माण करने में उसकी अहम भूमिका है। समस्या का समाधान एक गाइड के रूप में वो करता है। व्यावहारिक आदर्श प्रस्तुत करता है। भावनात्मक सुरक्षा प्रदान करता है। शिक्षक की ये भूमिकाएं एक चक्रीय प्रक्रिया में काम करती हैं, जहां प्रत्येक भूमिका को दूसरे को सशक्त बनाती है। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैम, बिल्कुल मैं एंड की ओर हूं। और किशोरों को समग्र मानसिक कल्याण को बढ़ावा देती है। जैसा आपका निर्देश प्राप्त हुआ, निष्कर्षतः बात करें, लैंगिक न्याय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार स्तंभ है। मुख्य निष्कर्ष रूप में हम ये कहते हैं, जब विद्यालय समानता आधारित व्यवहार, परामर्श सेवाएं, शिक्षक की संवेदनशील भूमिका और सुरक्षित वातावरण प्रदान करता है, तब किशोर मानसिक रूप से मजबूत, संतुलित और आत्मविश्वासी बनते हैं। प्रमुख सुझाव जो इस शोध के द्वारा दिए गए हैं, विद्यालयों में परामर्श सेवाएं अनिवार्य की जाएं, शिक्षकों के लिए लैंगिक संवेदनशीलता का प्रशिक्षण हो, जीवन कौशल शिक्षा को पाठ्यक्रम में शामिल किया जाए, किशोरियों के लिए सुरक्षित संवाद केंद्र स्थापित हो, अभिभावक जागरूकता कार्यशालाओं का आयोजन किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
एक मिनट, मुझे मुझे इसमें कुछ बोलना है। पहले तो मैं सर्वेश जी आपकी बहुत तारीफ करना चाहूंगी और बधाई देना चाहूंगी कि आपने इतना महत्वपूर्ण विषय का चयन किया है शोध के लिए। और मेरे आपसे 2 सवाल हैं। पहला सवाल ये है कि आप कॉस्ट का किस तरीके से इस पे सुझाव देना चाहेंगे कि जो परामर्श सेवाएं होती हैं वो काफी महंगी होती हैं, और जो गरीब बच्चा है वो किस तरीके से, आप इस पे क्या सजेस्ट करना चाहोगे, वो कैसे अपने आप को सेवाओं तक पहुंचाएगा जबकि वो गरीब है, तो किस तरीके से वो रिजॉल्व करेगा इसको? और मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न ये है, आप दोनों सवाल पूछ सुन लीजिए। और मेरा दूसरा प्रश्न ये है कि करिकुलम में हम इसको कैसे इनकलकेट करेंगे, कैसे हम इसको जोड़ेंगे ताकि जो ये गैप आ रहा है इसको हम ठीक कर सकें।
जी मैम, मैं निवेदन करूं, पहले द्वितीय प्रश्न का उत्तर दूं। वर्तमान में राजस्थान में बीएड पाठ्यक्रम में मार्गदर्शन एवं परामर्श को सम्मिलित कर दिया गया है मैम। तो जो टीचर ट्रेंड हो रहा है वो ऑलरेडी इसके लिए स्किल अपने अंदर डेवलप कर रहा है। पहला प्रश्न जहां आपका था कॉस्टिंग का, तो मैं निवेदन करूं, यह महिला अधिकारिता विभाग के द्वारा काउंसलर्स अपॉइंट किए जाते हैं, जहां विशेष आवश्यकता होती है उनके काउंसलर वहां पहुंचते हैं। इसके अलावा हमारे यहाँ पर विधिक सेवा प्राधिकरण पूरे देश में काम करता है, उनके द्वारा प्रत्येक प्रकार की सुविधा निःशुल्क दी जाती है। प्रत्येक विद्यालय में उनके द्वारा पीएलवीज अपॉइंट किए जाते हैं। इसी रिसर्च में मैंने इसे
पर क्या मतलब जब हम शोध की बात करते हैं, जब हम डेटा की बात करते हैं और जब हम निजी सच्चाई की बात करते हैं, ग्राउंड रियलिटी की बात करते हैं, तो बहुत ही ज्यादा अंतर देखने को मिलता है। तो आपका क्या इसमें विचार है कि क्या जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है और जो वास्तविकता है और जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स है, क्या उसमें डिफरेंस देखने को मिल रहा है, या वास्तव में ऐसा हो रहा है, काउंसलिंग सेशन हो रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैडम, आपने बिल्कुल सत्य कहा। बहुत नाम मात्र के काउंसलिंग सेशंस हो पाते हैं, कई बार तो नजरअंदाज कर दिया जाता है ऐसी समस्याओं को मैम। ऐसा मैंने देखा है संपर्क करके चर्चा में। जी
जी जी, धन्यवाद।
वेलकम।
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Himanshu Kashyap, to present their paper.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present my paper on the topic Principle of Non-Refoulement as Customary International Law in India and Analysis. My name is Himanshu Kashyap. I'm a research scholar in Jagran School of Law, Jagran University.
Mr. Himanshu, can you please open your camera?
Is the camera on?
Yes, yes, you're visible. You're visible.
Okay. The screen got smaller, I think. I will just...
No, it's fine. It's fine. On our side, it's fine, Mr. Himanshu. You can go.
Okay. The screen is not moving.
आप प्रेजेंट करिए सर.
Put it on presentation mode.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So the topic is Principle of Non-Refoulement as Customary International Law in India and Analysis. The screen froze, I think, and it's screen visible. We'll just share it again, ma'am. Give me a minute.
सर विदाउट पीपीपी प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं सर, कर दीजिए.
Yes, ma'am. Now is it visible?
Yes, sir.
PPT. Okay, ma'am. Yes, the co-author is Professor Dr. Intarada, my PhD guide. We both will presenting the matter, presenting the topic. Now, the basic meaning of the principle of non-refoulement is that a person will not be forcefully returned to a place from where he is running away. कोई भी रिफ्यूजी है जो कहीं से भाग करके आ रहा है इंडिया में या कहीं पर भी, उसको हम जबरदस्ती वापस वहीं पर नहीं भेज देंगे जहां उसकी जान को खतरा है. दिस इज द सिंपल मीनिंग ऑफ प्रिंसिपल ऑफ non-refoulement. Now, as per the Refugee Convention in 1951 and the Protocol in 1967, इंडिया ने दोनों को ही साइन नहीं किया हुआ है. But their Article 33 clearly provides that a person will not be sent back जहां पर कि उसको खतरा है अपनी जान का, on the basis of race, religion, nationality and all those things. अब जब इंडिया ने इनको साइन नहीं किया हुआ है, so international there is pressure on India कि आप इनको साइन करिए, और इंडिया साइन करने से मना कर देता है. लेकिन रिफ्यूजीज फिर भी हम अपने यहाँ रखते हैं. बहुत सारे रिफ्यूजीज हैं. अभी रोहिंग्या रिफ्यूजीज का मामला चल रहा है. जब दलाई लामा हमारे यहाँ थे तब बहुत सारे रिफ्यूजी आए थे, और यहाँ पे आपके श्रीलंका की तरफ से आते हैं, हर तरफ से रिफ्यूजीज आते हैं. हम लोग इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं और बहुत सारी फैसिलिटीज इनको देते हैं. लेकिन नाम के तौर पर कहीं पर भी कोई चीज रिफ्यूजी की हम नहीं देते. ना ही हमारे यहाँ पे कोई ऐसा एक्ट बना हुआ है रिफ्यूजीज को लेकर के, और ना ही कोई और चीज. तो हम लोग गवर्न किस चीज से होते हैं, इसी को लेकर के एक कॉन्सेप्ट आता है, इसको बोलते हैं कस्टमरी इंटरनेशनल लॉ. जहां पर कि कस्टम से, प्रैक्टिस से कोई एक लॉ बन करके सामने आ जाता है. और लॉ सामने ये आ गया है कि हम लोग किसी भी आदमी को ऐसे ही बाहर नहीं भेज देंगे. ये नियम आर्टिकल 38 ICJ इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस के तहत दिया गया है कि किस किस चीज को हम लोग लॉ मानेंगे. इनके आर्टिकल 1 के सब आर्टिकल ए के बी पार्ट में दिया गया है कि कस्टम को भी हम लोग लॉ मानेंगे. कुछ ऐसा जो प्रैक्टिस करते करते सेट हो गया है, 30 साल 40 साल पुराना हो चुका है. इसी को लेकर के दो चीजें देखी जाती है. जनरलिटी, कितना पुराना, कितने समय से चल रहा है, और क्या हम उसको लॉ की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं. ओपिनियो जुरिस बोलते हैं इसको. इन दोनों कुछ चीजों को देखते हुए समझ में आता है कि नॉन रिफॉल्वमेंट का जो प्रिंसिपल है उसको एज अ कस्टमरी लॉ इंटरनेशनली अडॉप्ट कर लिया गया है. जब अडॉप्ट कर लिया गया है तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली इंडिया के ऊपर बाइंडिंग हो गया, और पूरे विश्व में सारे देशों के ऊपर वो बाइंडिंग हो गया. और इसी को समझने के लिए बहुत सारे ऐसे इंस्टांसेस देखने में आते हैं जहां पर कि टुकड़ों में अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में, जैसे एशियन कम्युनिटी हो गई, लैटिन अमेरिका हो गया, इन लोगों ने अपने खुद के कन्वेंशंस बनाए या ट्रीटीज बनाई इस टॉपिक को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, इस प्रिंसिपल को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए. कई जगह पे नाम अलग दे दिया, कई जगह पे वही नाम दे रखा है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, डिक्लेरेशन ऑन टेरिटोरियल असाइलम 1967, यहाँ पर साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि कोई भी आदमी असाइलम मांग रहा है, एक्सपल्शन जो रेड पोर्शन है वो हाईलाइट कर दिया गया है, और कंपल्सरी रिटर्न है. इन सबको भी, जहां पर भी परसिक्यूशन का डर है, मारे जाने का डर है, वापस जाने, उनको मार दिया जाएगा, उनको वापस नहीं भेजा जाएगा. सिमिलरली, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ अफ्रीकन यूनिटी कन्वेंशन, इसमें अफ्रीकन नेशन अपना बना लिया 40-50 कंट्रीज ने मिल करके. सिमिलरली, अमेरिकन कन्वेंशन जो लैटिन अमेरिका की कंट्रीज थी उन्होंने अपना बना लिया कि हम भी ऐसा किसी के साथ भेदभाव नहीं करेंगे. कार्टेजनल डिक्लेरेशन आया 1980, इसमें भी बनाया इन लोगों ने. बैंकॉक प्रिंसिपल्स में एशियन कंट्रीज ने बनाया, जिसमें कि इंडिया ने इसको साइन कर रखा है लेकिन रेटिफाई नहीं किया. साइन करने का मतलब है कि हम उसको एक्नॉलेज कर रहे हैं लेकिन उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर रहे हैं. सिमिलरली, कन्वेंशन अगेंस्ट द टॉर्चर एंड अदर क्रूएल, इनह्यूमन और डिग्रेडिंग ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ पनिशमेंट 1984, इसको भी इंडिया ने साइन कर रखा है लेकिन रेटिफाई नहीं कर रखा है. ये सब भी उस चीज की बात कर रहे हैं कि हम किसी को रिफॉल्व, फोर्सफुली वापस उसकी कंट्री में नहीं भेजेंगे, चाहे वो म्यांमार से आया है, चाहे बांग्लादेश से आया, चाहे कहीं से भी आया. फिर इंडिया में उसको कैसे इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं? तो इंडिया में दो तरह के लॉ होते हैं जो डील करते हैं रिफ्यूजीज से. एक आता है आपका फॉरेनर्स एक्ट 1946 और दूसरा है सिटीजनशिप एक्ट 1955. इन दोनों के अलावा जो हमारा संविधान है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, वो बहुत सारे आर्टिकल्स में जो फंडामेंटल राइट्स दे रहा है, उनमें से कुछ फंडामेंटल राइट्स सबको मिलते हैं और कुछ ऐसे जो, हाँ बस, जो कुछ ऐसे राइट्स हैं जो लिमिटेड लोगों को मिलते हैं, तो कुछ सिटीजन को मिलते हैं, कुछ नॉन सिटीजन को मिलते हैं। तो आर्टिकल 14, 21 ये सबको मिल जाता है, 19 सिटीजन को मिलता है। इस तरीके से इसको डिफाइन करते हुए बहुत सारे केसेस में कोर्ट ने बोला है कि हम लोग अपनी आंखें नहीं मूंद सकते हैं, जो इंटरनेशनली चीजें लेट डाउन की गई हैं हम उनको फॉलो करेंगे, भले हमारे यहाँ पर एक्ट में नहीं दी गई है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल लुइस वाले केस में ये कहा कोर्ट ने कि आर्टिकल 21 राइट टू लाइफ रिफ्यूजीज के भी पास है, हम उनको ऐसे ही नहीं मरने के लिए भेज सकते हैं। इन द सेम वे कतर अब्बास केस में यही बोला कि हम किसी को फोर्सफुली रिटर्न या एक्सपल्स नहीं करेंगे कहीं से। नंदिता हस्कर वाले केस में यही बोला कोर्ट ने, साफ साफ लिखा है द प्रिंसिपल अगेंस्ट रिफॉल्वमेंट दैट इज forcible return of refugees to a country where they are liable to be subject to persecution can prima facie be read into article 21। तो साफ साफ 21 के अंदर आता है ये चीज, और हम इसका वायलेशन नहीं कर सकते हैं, इन लोग इस तरह से हम नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं। और ये लास्ट केस है जिसमें ये भी कहा है कोर्ट ने कि इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम सारे रिफ्यूजीज को अपने यहाँ रख लेंगे, ये डिस्क्रिप्शन गवर्नमेंट के पास में ही है किसको रखना है किसको नहीं रखना है। हम फॉरेनर्स एक्ट हमारे यहाँ जो बना हुआ उसको फॉलो करते हुए अपने रिसोर्सेस को देखते हुए ही डिसाइड करेंगे कि किस रिफ्यूजी को रखना है किसको नहीं रखना है, उसकी लाइबिलिटी सारी की सारी क्या है। इन सबको मिला करके कंक्लूड करना चाहूंगा मैं लास्ट में कि एक पॉइंट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट इज कि हम लोग इंटरनेशनली जो भी प्रिंसिपल्स बन चुके हैं, जो कस्टम के रूप में अब लॉ बन चुके हैं, हम उनको फॉलो करते हैं। हमें 1951, 1967 के कन्वेंशंस को दबाव में आकर के साइन करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अगर हम अपने खुद के कन्वीनियंस के लिए एक कोई एक्ट बना लें रिफ्यूजीज से डील करने के लिए, तो ये बेहतर हो सकता है। अदरवाइज हमारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत सारी चीजें कर रखी हैं और उनके जो नियम बनाए होते हैं वो ऑटोमेटिकली आर्टिकल 141 के अंदर लॉ बन जाते हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली हम लोग स्टैट्यूट बना करके नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जुडिशरी जो आए जजमेंट लेकर के आई है उनसे हमने काफी हद तक रिफ्यूजी लॉ को डिफाइन कर लिया है और अच्छे उसको हमने डील कर रखा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Any question, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To ask you, that अगर दो कंट्रीज के बीच में कोई कस्टमरी प्रिंसिपल सेट हुआ है इंटरनेशनल एरेना में, तो क्या सारी कंट्रीज को मानना जरूरी हो जाता है?
नहीं मैम,
जो यूनाइटेड नेशंस का पार्ट।
नहीं मैम, नहीं।
अच्छा ठीक है। और दूसरा मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि डू यू थिंक देयर इज अ सिलेक्टिव डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऑफ थ्रेट टू ह्यूमन राइट इन द सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2019? क्योंकि कुछ ही रिलीजन्स को ऐसे ट्रीट किया जाता है जैसे वो डिस्क्रिमिनेट किए गए अपने होम कंट्री में, जैसे कि अहमदिया मुस्लिम्स को इंडिया ने रिकॉलमेंट के तहत राइट नहीं दिया, तो इसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
मैम इसको लेकर के मैम अभी केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है, तो मैम उस पर कमेंट करना सही नहीं होगा। कोर्ट उसकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैलिडिटी को चैलेंज किया गया था कि वो रिलीजियसली उस पर डाउट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं कि कुछ रिलीजन्स को आपने अलाउ किया, कुछ को अलाउ नहीं किया है। सो लेट द ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिसाइड कि क्या डिसाइड होता है। सो ज्यादा बेहतर है कि उस पे हम
बट यू कैन गिव योर ओपिनियन राइट, suggestive measures के लिए as we are the researchers here discussing on topics, you can give your opinion. What are your opinion? What are your suggestions?
In my opinion, ma'am, we can give these rights to n number of people and we have given these rights. मैम इतने सारे रिफ्यूजी हमारे यहाँ रह रहे हैं तो किसी न किसी कारण से रह रहे हैं, वो हिंदू भी हैं, मुस्लिम हैं, सिख हैं, ईसाई, बहुत सारे लोग हैं। और इन मध्य प्रदेश ओनली कलेक्टर ने इंदौर में 120 लोगों को सिटीजनशिप भी दे दी है, उनमें से बहुत सारे लोग सिंधी से। तो दोज हु आर हैविंग लॉन्ग हिस्ट्री विद इंडिया, जिनको 40 साल 50 साल हो गए या जो माइग्रेशन के टाइम पर आए थे स्टार्टिंग में पार्टीशन में, उनको देने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। जो फ्रेश लॉट आ रहे हैं उनको लेकर के थोड़ा सा गवर्नमेंट बैकफुट में है कि किस ग्राउंड पे हम उनको दें।
Okay, thank you, Manjali.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Vidya M. Thaukar.
हेलो मैम, नमस्ते। आवाज आ रहा है?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
नमस्ते मैम, मैं डॉक्टर विद्या ठाकुर। मेरा विषय है महिला नेतृत्व एक अध्ययन। उपरोक्त विषय अनुरूप अध्ययन से स्पष्ट होता है कि महिला नेतृत्व केवल सामाजिक समानता का प्रतीक नहीं, बल्कि सतत विकास, संगठनात्मक प्रगति और प्रभावी शासन का अनिवार्य सत्य है। नेतृत्व की दृष्टि से महिलाओं में संप्रेषण कौशल, टीम वर्क, भावनात्मक बुद्धिमत्ता, अनुकूलन क्षमता तथा तनाव प्रबंधन जैसी महत्वपूर्ण गुणवत्ता अधिक प्रबल दिखाई देती है। यदि शिक्षा, प्रशिक्षण, सुरक्षित कार्य, पर्यावरण नेतृत्व अवसर, लैंगिक नीतियां और सामाजिक प्रोत्साहन सुदृढ़ किए जाए तो महिला नेतृत्व का विस्तार व्यापक पैमाने पर संभव है। भविष्य में न केवल महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है, बल्कि उन्हें निर्णय निर्माण की मुख्यधारा में शामिल करना भी आवश्यक है। इससे न केवल महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण होगा, बल्कि समाज और राष्ट्र के सर्वांगीण विकास को भी दिशा मिलेगी। नेतृत्व क्षमताओं में महिलाएं पुरुषों के समान सक्षम हैं। भावनात्मक बुद्धिमत्ता और सामाजिक समझ महिलाओं को प्रभावी नेता बनाती है। नेतृत्व प्राप्त करने में सबसे बड़ी चुनौतियां होती है, जैसे कि पारिवारिक जिम्मेदारियां, सामाजिक पूर्वग्रह, कार्यस्थल पर भेदभाव, सब साधनों पर अवसरों की कमी, संघर्ष के बावजूद नेतृत्व भूमिका में उत्कृष्ट परिणाम देती है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. The next presenter is Bhumi Sharma.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Bhumi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhumi Sharma and I am third year law student from Mahatma Gandhi College of Law. Topic for my paper presentation is Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights. Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights. Understanding human right. Human rights are basic right and freedom that belong to every individual. They include right to education, safety, freedom of expression, etc. These rights are universal no matter. About artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a technology that enables computers and machines to stimulate human intelligence and problem-solving abilities. It includes ChatGPT, Google Translate, Netflix, Tesla, and others. Artificial intelligence is widely applied in range of industries. Abstract. Human intelligence and human right have dual relationship. AI offers tools to enhance human right. Example in healthcare, accessibility also poses significant risk to rights like privacy, non-discrimination, right of expression and assembly, primarily through biased algorithm, mass surveillance and opaque decision making. Human right in daily life. Human right affect everything we do from going to school to expressing our opinion. Respecting other rights help create safer, kinder communities. What make risk of AI different? Many of the problem and risks explored in reports are not new. So how is AI different from the technology that have come before it? Due to way AI has evolved from existing technology, including in terms of both sophistication and skill. AI may extrapolate existing question and introduce new problem to consider with huge impact for accountability and reliability. This consider two recent tech trend. Number one is big data, and number two is the rise of algorithm decision making. Older algorithms were fixed and traceable and still suffered from biased or poor data. Machine learning add new issues. It's far more complex, often adjusting, making its decision hard to explain. How human impacts human rights. Human rights are universal and binding and are codified in body of international law. In case where domestic law is lacking, the moral legitimacy of human right carried significant normative power. Here are some key aspects of human intelligence impact on human rights. Number one, freedom of expression and information. AI-powered content moderation algorithm have implication for freedom of expression and information online. Ensuring that content moderation practices respect user right to freedom of expression, transparency, accountability, and due process in algorithm of decision making. Number 2 is gender equality and right. AI technology have implication for the right to equality and non-discrimination as they can amplify or mitigate disparate and inequalities in access to opportunity, resources, and services. Equality in education. High cost for advanced AI tools and lack of internet access in rural or low-income area can exclude many students. Equality in workplace. AI trained on these historical data can perpetuate and amplify discrimination in hiring, promotions, and performance evaluation, disadvantaging women, minority, and people with disability. Conclusion and solution. Artificial intelligence has significant potential to enhance efficiency, access to services, and decision-making. Here are two solutions. Law and clear accountability mechanism. Thank you.
Bhumi, ma'am, any question?
No questions. No questions.
Thank you. The next presenter is Srimati Pooja Mishra and Sushri Shushma Tiwari.
जी मैम, नमस्ते मैम, मैं पूजा मिश्रा।
Thank you.
आज के इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में पधारे समस्त आगंतुकों एवं सहभागियों का अपने अंतर्मन से हार्दिक अभिनंदन एवं स्वागत करती हूँ। आज मैं आपके समक्ष चैलेंज टू लीगल एंड फॉर जेंडर प्रोटेक्शन विषय पर अपनी बात रखना चाहती हूँ। भारत जैसे लोकतांत्रिक एवं विधि प्रधान राष्ट्र में न्याय तक समान पहुंच एक मौलिक उद्देश्य माना गया है तथा सामाजिक, आर्थिक तथा लैंगिक असमानताएं इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में गंभीर बाधाएं उत्पन्न करती है। इन्हीं चुनौतियों के समाधान हेतु कानूनी सहायता की व्यवस्था उन व्यक्तियों को निःशुल्क विधिक सेवाएं प्रदान करती है जो आर्थिक या सामाजिक रूप से कमजोर स्थिति के कारण न्याय प्राप्त करने में सक्षम नहीं होते हैं। दूसरी ओर लैंगिक संरक्षण से आशय उन नीतियों, कानूनों तथा संस्थागत तंत्रों से है जिनका उद्देश्य महिलाओं, बच्चों तथा लैंगिक अल्पसंख्यकों के अधिकारों का संरक्षण और उनकी सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना है। न्याय तक समान पहुंच किसी भी लोकतांत्रिक एवं सभ्य समाज की आधारशिला मानी जाती है। यदि न्याय प्राप्त करने की प्रक्रिया जटिल, महंगी या पक्षपातपूर्ण हो तो नागरिकों का विधि व्यवस्था पर विश्वास कमजोर पड़ने लगता है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप लोकतांत्रिक ढांचा अस्थिर हो सकता है। इसी कारण आधुनिक संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं में निःशुल्क विधिक सहायता को एक बुनियादी मानवाधिकार के रूप में मान्यता दी है। भारतीय संविधान के आर्टिकल 39 का तथा आर्टिकल 21 के न्यायिक व्याख्याओं ने यह सुनिश्चित किया है कि आर्थिक, सामाजिक या लैंगिक कमजोरियों के कारण किसी भी व्यक्ति को न्याय से वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। भारत जैसे विविधतापूर्ण समाज में लैंगिक असमानताएं एक दीर्घकालिक सामाजिक समस्या रही है। घरेलू हिंसा, दहेज उत्पीड़न, यौन उत्पीड़न, बाल शोषण, कार्यस्थल पर लैंगिक उत्पीड़न तथा मानव तस्करी जैसे मामलों में पीड़ितों का बड़ा वर्ग महिलाओं, बच्चों और लैंगिक अल्पसंख्यकों का होता है। इन अपराधों के समाधान और पीड़ितों को न्याय दिलाने में कानूनी सहायता की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है, क्योंकि अधिकांश मामलों में पीड़ित न केवल आर्थिक रूप से निर्भर होते हैं बल्कि सामाजिक दबाव एवं भय के कारण कानूनी प्रक्रिया तक पहुंचने में सक्षम नहीं हो पाते हैं। अतः कानूनी सहायता और लैंगिक संरक्षण दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक तत्व के रूप में उभरते हैं। प्रभावी कानूनी सहायता के बिना लैंगिक संरक्षण के उद्देश्य अधूरे रह जाते हैं और लैंगिक संरक्षण के अभाव में कानूनी सहायता की उपयोगिता सीमित हो जाती है। यह शोध पत्र इसी संबंध की पड़ताल करते हुए उन चुनौतियों पर केंद्रित है जो भारत में लैंगिक संरक्षण हेतु उपलब्ध कानूनी सहायता के प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन में बाधा उत्पन्न करती हैं। निष्कर्ष के रूप में देखें तो कानूनी सहायता एक लैंगिक संरक्षण एक दूसरे से गहराई से जुड़े हुए हैं। जब सहायता प्रणाली प्रभावी, सुलभ और गुणवत्तापूर्ण नहीं होती तो लैंगिक न्याय गंभीर रूप से प्रभावी होता है। महिलाओं, बच्चों और समुदाय के लिए न्याय की राह अभी भी सामाजिक बाधाओं, प्रशासनिक विलंब और संरचनात्मक कमियों से घिरी हुई है। संविधान एवं विशेष कानून स्पष्ट रूप से संरक्षण प्रदान करते हैं, परंतु वास्तविक लाभ तभी मिल सकता है जब पीड़ित व्यक्तियों को समय पर उचित कानूनी सहायता उपलब्ध हो। वर्तमान स्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि कानूनी सहायता व्यवस्था को अधिक समावेशी, संवेदनशील और मजबूत बनाने के लिए जागरूक वृद्धि, संस्थागत सुधार, पुलिस एवं न्यायिक अधिकारियों का प्रशिक्षण तथा समुदाय स्तर पर लैंगिक समानता को बढ़ावा देना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। जब तक इन पहलुओं को प्रभावी रूप से संबोधित नहीं किया जा सकता तो न्याय सबके लिए का संवैधानिक लक्ष्य पूर्ण से साकार नहीं हो सकेगा। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, any question?
No questions.
Thank you. The next presenter is Vijay Mahatma.
Vijay ma'am, please mic unmute कीजिए। पूजा मैम,
चलो पूछो, उनसे पूछ लो।
पूजा द्विवेदी मैम।
सर एक ही पेपर था और दोनों का नाम था तो अलग अलग मत करो, नहीं तो कल का कंफ्यूजन।
The next presenter is Vijay Mahavar. Vijay Mahavar. Next presenter is Ashish Dwivedi. Ashish Dwivedi.
Are you present, Ashish Dwivedi ji?
Anita. है? Anita का द्वारा। Next presenter is Anita Pawar, ma'am. Are you there?
जितने भी जो पीछे रह गए थे, जिनके नाम अनाउंस हो चुके थे, उनके नाम दोबारा से अनाउंस किए जा रहे हैं। अगर वो प्रेजेंट हैं तो वो अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। अनीता पवार।
Dr. Diksha Bhadauria and Dr. Kavita Agrawal, ma'am. Dr. Jeevan Vignesh, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Vivek Kumar Dwivedi, Manjesh Kumar Bharti, Miss Tanveer Gulab, and Dr. L.V. Padma Rani Rao.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a second. I'm just joining with the PPTs.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mine, your camera is not sound.
Is this visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, ma'am,
No.
not visible.
Not visible, ma'am.
Just give me a second, ma'am. Now? Ma'am, I have shared the screen. Let me share again.
मैम आप विदाउट पीपीटी भी प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं।
Okay, ma'am, sure.
मैम विजिबल है।
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My
Ma'am, I'm
present
ready,
paper
ma'am.
topic is leadership
I'm
development
ready, ma'am.
skills, the way to add value in your life and its development through the poem, that is the road not taken. Basically, by this particular research paper, I want to analyze, we can develop our soft skills through literature also. So literature here can become one of the best tool to learn soft skills. So there are many soft skills. Among that, one of the most cherished across the globe, the skill is that is leadership development. So in this research paper, I have taken this one of the skill under the domain of soft skill. So here in the content, I have briefly introduced whatever I want to talk, that is soft skills and leadership skills. Apart from that, leadership development skills through a critical review of the poem, that is The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost, and then the analysis. So here, yes, ma'am. So leadership development skills through literature. So the present paper highlights the role of soft skill, that is leadership skills. By this particular paper, I want to highlight literature can become one of the tool to develop these skills, because this particular skill across the globe has a demand. With respect to literature also, business also, and there are other medical professionals everywhere. So this particular skill has required, and that is what the main point here. Apart from that, I have also analyzed how we can develop this leadership skills by understanding the poem. So apart from that, so here the brief analysis of this. So before diving deep into the topic, I just want to highlight what are the soft skills. So soft skills are the personal attribute or the qualities by which one can talk or present their personality. So they are the learning abilities, and they are the part of human core behavior, which is widely acknowledged throughout the globe. And after that, the leadership skills are here. Actually, leadership skill is nothing but one of the part of soft skill, which shows a kind of traits and our behavior with our own thinking. So this particular skill has its core analytical abilities, and by which we can analyze it through a poem, that is what The Road Not Taken, written by Robert Frost. Apart from that, this is the brief overview of why I have taken this particular literature as a tool, because by literature we can understand more, because while reading a poem, while reading any particular novel or book, we can visualize the things, we can have their experiences, and by that we can understand how a particular character has taken certain steps and the way they have conducted their behavior, and they have guided by their misunderstanding also, and even with their experiences. So here literature can give us visual experience, it can also make our memory much more stronger. It can let us feel emotional attachment towards the character, and that's the reason I feel by literature we can develop this particular one of the skill, that is leadership development. And then this particular poem, in that the poem has written by Robert Frost. So here I want to briefly highlight his journey. Robert Frost was one of the great American poet and playwright who was born in 1874 in USA. He has also received 4 Pulitzer Prize, which is a very remarkable achievement for him, which made him one of the celebrated poem across the globe and throughout this era and in future as well. And that's the reason he has considered as a public and literary figure almost in our all artistic manner and institutions. So by his work, he has analyzed rural life and examined social complex issues as well. Then his major works include North Boston and Mountain Interval, etc. And some of the very famous poems that he has written were The Road Not Taken, Mending Wall, and then Fire and Ice, etc. So I have taken one of the poem, that is The Road Not Taken. Why I have chosen this poem is because this particular small poem written in 20 lines actually shows how a person can take certain steps which will guide his or her behavior. So this particular poem firstly published in Atlantic Monthly in August 1915, and after that it was published in 1916 also. So this particular poem actually analyzes a person's journey. It could be it could be anybody else, it could be a poet as well at his time. So here this particular poem was inspired by in poet's real life. At that time he shifted to from USA to UK, and where he met one of his friend, that is Edward Thomas. And while walking on the road, at that time he has decided no, there are certain choices we have to be taken. So with respect to that point, Robert Frost got inspired, and he has written this poem in America while revisiting his country, and he has shared his draft as well.
Conclude it fast.
Yes, ma'am. So this particular poem towards the end, why a poem can also be one of the device to build leadership skill is, number one, the poem revolves around the choices and decision that to be taken and uncertainty in life. This poem shows with deep emotions, and then it also emphasizes individualism and brevity, which are essential and core qualities of leadership development skills. And that's the reason this poem also shows dynamism. With that, critical reasoning, decision making ability, awareness, and understanding of practicality in life we can also learn from this poem. And that's the reason to be a good leader we actually need and require these skills. And that is what I feel leadership skills can be developed through literature. And towards the end, I have written one quote, that is, leadership is not static, instead it is very dynamic version of human capability. And that is what I want to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Any question, ma'am?
No questions. We can move forward.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Anita Pawar, ma'am. Anita Pawar, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
The screen is your, ma'am, please.
Yeah. I'm sharing the screen. Wait a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Sharing the screen. Where is this? Yeah. Window. This one. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. My topic is gender equality and violence against women in the 21st century, a study in the place of Mahesh Dattani. So this is the picture of Mahesh Dattani, who is an Indian playwright, dramatic director, actor, and screenwriter. He was born in the year 1958 on August in Bangalore. He founded a theatre group, Playben, in 1984. He was the first Indian English playwright to receive Sahitya Academic Award in 1998 for Final Solutions and other plays. So his works deal with middle class struggles, including communalism in Final Solutions, gender bias in Tara, and homosexuality in Bravely for the Queen, and On a Muggy Night in Mumbai. His plays like Dance Like a Man and 30 Days in September explore family dramatics, dynamics, identity, and social justice through revelatory narratives. He was graduated in history, economic, and political science before pursuing marketing. He directs for Playben, composes screenplays, and encourages young theatre artists with his collected plays published in Penguin volumes. His dramas reflect contemporary Indian realities, focusing on Indian freedom and amid culture constraints. This is a picture of gender inequality, social competitions among girls, business where men are dominating women. Means this picture tells about all the gender inequalities, gender discrimination made for the women in the 21st century. The objective of this paper is to analyze the gender discrimination with the issues of women from the place taken from Tara, Bravely for the Queen, Final Solutions, which explores the deep-rooted psychological and social emotional challenges faced by women in the modern Indian society. This plays not only expose gender inequality, but also shows the patriarchal domination on women being done by the men. And women, they are facing it with their silence, without showing anything, without raising their voice. The key focus of this paper is intersectionality present in Dattani's writings, where gender inequalities intersect with issues of caste and sexuality. The multidimensional approach of this paper highlights on women's experience of operations which are compounded by these overlapping social identities, creating varied and complex forms of discrimination that affect the social standing, relationship, and self-identity. Next, Dattani not only represents women who goes beyond the portraying their suffering, but also the powerful critic of the culture norms and social institutions that sustain discrimination and violence against women. His plays challenge our audience to reflect critically on the limits society imposes on women's freedom and agency. By these diverse layers of women's struggle, Dattani wants to highlight on the layered social culture context in which these issues unfold. Not only that, he brings attention of the ongoing quest for women's identity, autonomy, and empowerment, highlighting how silence and repression are both causes and consequences of systematic gender discrimination. Ultimately, this study also underscores the significance of Dattani's dramatic landscape as a site of resistance and conversation about gender equality and social justice in India. No, the presentation, sorry. Dattani's representation. The presentation of women's struggle in 20th century Indian theatre holds critical importance as the continuing. Ma'am?
Conclude कीजिए ma'am. Time is over.
Okay. Wait a minute, ma'am. The issues which in short, I would like to say that women issues are remaining in the heart of Indian social political conversations. Women are facing challenges based on the violence, dowry-related harassment, discrimination, unequal access to education, healthcare, and employment, which is going alongside the strong influence of patriarchal norms. Despite important legal reforms and policies are designed to improve women rights, this culture and social economic inequalities are still deeply rooted in the society. Through this, the Dattani's place resonate with contemporary social movements, including campaigns like Me Too and efforts to end dowry-related violence and domestic abuse. Dattani through his characters, he wants to explore their psychological, emotional, social experiences by taking the platform for women voices. Not only that, he actively wanted to question and confront the structures that are pull inequality. Next, in this paper, I have taken three theoretical frameworks, that is feminist theory, gender studies, and gender studies, which are enabling us to understand the personal conflicts women faces as they are navigating environmental shaped. Next. The key concept of this study is to give the ideas on feminist theory, gender studies, post-colonial theories, which are the key thinkers and the concepts. For example, I have taken the Judith Butler, whose idea on gender performity is that gender isn't. I'll conclude, ma'am. Conclusion is that means whatever we are facing in today's world, though we are in 21st century, it is a woman's right to not to be psychologically or emotionally hurt. We have to face the Indian society with our voice and raise our voice and fight against the rights. Being a woman, I would like to say that now I have heard a woman, a lady who presented her paper on men. She said that on transgenders, transgenders, in this my paper, transgenders, women, gender discrimination, everything is been taken. So I would like to conclude that being a woman in the 21st century, we are supposed to have equal rights with the women. Many rules and schemes, though the government is giving, but we are not able to get that much right. So we are not supposed to judge a woman or men on the basis of character or the person of gender. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Ma'am,
any question?
Yes. Ma'am, can you please tell me what is the role of literature in gender transformation in 21st century, considering that youth पर जो असर है लिटरेचर का वो बहुत कम होता जा रहा है.
हाँ, तो literature plays an important role in for youth. Through literature, we can encourage them through not only literature. Literature means prose, poetry, everything will come in that. Through poetry, we can give awareness. Through literature also, for example, now if we want to use a media or drama, through that also we can encourage the students or youth to take their part and raise their voice. They play an important role according to me.
But considering the influence of social media on the youth, आज के time पे drama and poems are not, in fashion within the youth and Gen Z. What is in fashion is Instagram and social media. So do we
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to shift our approach? How
No,
are we
it
going
depends upon the person, ma'am, on the youth, which media they wanted to use. Either it may be social media or it may be literature.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
The
you,
next
ma'am.
speaker is Dr. Priyanka Kumari. Dr. Priyanka Kumari. गोलेतर गणपत भाई करसन भाई. Next is Manthan Sharma.
Are you present, Manthan Sharma?
Professor G. Mary Sunanda. Professor G. Mary Sunanda, are you present? Dr. A.K. Gehlot. Dr. A.K. Gehlot. Vijay Mahavar. Vijay Mahavar. Ashish Dwivedi.
कोई प्रेजेंटर बाकी है तो अभी अपना प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं पेपर, नहीं तो फिर सेशन को कंक्लूड करें.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Can I present my paper?
What name? What name?
Sneha Patel. पीपीटी मैंने शेयर नहीं किया था मैम.
चलिए कर दीजिए. ओके.
ओके मैम. I am Sneha Patel, research scholar, Kalinga University, Naya Raipur, Chhattisgarh. My research topic is gender equality and human rights in musical and literary works of Bob Dylan, the contemporary critical study. Music has long served as a powerful medium of social criticism and political expression. Protest songs, in particular, have played a significant role in challenging injustice and advocating social change. Bob Dylan, one of the most influencing singer-songwriters of the 20th century, emerged during a period marked by civil rights movements, anti-war protests, and shifting gender relations. While Dylan is often associated with themes of freedom, resistance, and moral responsibilities, his engagement with gender and human dignity has received comparatively limited scholarly attention. Although Dylan is not directly associated with feminist writings or formal human rights activism, his songs offer profound insight into emotional anatomy, vulnerability, discrimination, and struggle of dignity, core elements of contemporary gender justice discourse. Through qualitative textual analysis of selected songs such as Just Like a Woman, Ballad in Plan D, Sarah, Blowing in the Wind, and The Times They Are Changing. This study explores how Dylan's narrative reflect gender experience, power relations, and the social consequence of patriarchal norms. This paper aimed to examine how Dylan's works reflect concern relation to gender equality and human rights. Rather than presenting over feminist ideology, Dylan's songs reveal emotional depth, relations conflict, and ethical questions that resonate strongly with contemporary discussion of gender justice. By analyzing selected songs, this study situates Dylan's works within broader human rights discourse. We find a strong representation of gender and emotional anatomy in Bob Dylan's songs such as Just Like a Woman and Zara, present sensitive and uh, nuanced portrayals of emotional intimacy, vulnerability, and dependence in human relationships. Through these songs, Bob Dylan openly expresses emotional pain, attachment, and reflection. This lyrical openness challenges traditional masculine and idols that associate uh, masculinity with emotional control, restraint, and dominance. By articulating emotional explicitity and fragility, Dylan normalize emotional expression such as fundamental human experience rather than a weakness. In this way, his songs affirm emotional anatomy as an important aspect of human dignity and gender equality, suggesting that both men and women have the right to emotional freedom and self-expression. We find the theme of power relations and patriarchal norm in Plan D. The songs show how personal conflict is shaped by social judgment and patriarchal values. Dylan suggests that emotional suffering is not only personal but also socially produced, and that patriarchal thinking continues to sustain unequal power relations between men and women. We find the theme of human rights, justice, and moral responsibilities in his songs, such as Blowing in the Wind and The Time They Are Changing, raise universal questions related to freedom, inequality, justice, and moral responsibilities. Through these songs are also these songs are not explicitly centered on gender. They create a strong ethical
Can you
framework
please
that's
conclude? Time is over.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. That support human rights principles by condemning oppression and social injustice. Dylan, we find clearly alignment between the ethical concern expressed in Bob Dylan's work and the core principle of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, particularly those related to equality, freedom of expression, and inherent human dignity. In conclusion, this study demonstrates that Bob Dylan musical and literary works offer valuable insight into gender equality and human rights, while not explicitly framed within feminist or legal discourse. His songs engage deeply with emotional autonomy, power relation, and human dignity. Dylan's artistic voice transcends time and genre, making his work a meaningful resource of contemporary academic inquiry. The, fi- the findings suggest that cultural texts like Bob Dylan's music play a critical role in sustaining conservations about justice and equality, reinforcing the relevance of art in human rights and education and gender. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. हम इस सेशन
Thank you,
को
ma'am.
करते हैं. Before we
Okay, ma'am.
conclude today's session, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and insightful perspectives. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants, delegates, and scholars who joined us from different parts of India and abroad. Your active presence and engagement made this session meaningful and successful. I would also like to acknowledge the effort of the organizing committee, the research team, all faculty members, and all those working behind these scenes for their dedications and support in making this conference possible. Once again, thank you for being a part of today's session. We look for to your continued presence and kindly request you to rejoin us tomorrow at 12 p.m. p.m. for the next session of the conference. Thank you and have a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You leave it. You can leave it.